it. Left, right, that's how I come. Left, right, hey. Ooh, yeah. Ah, boy.
Wait. Okay. Right back at it like I left something. Mr. Hostess with the most is burning like toast. Is Cosmo Cal. Dipping back in from Ethereum real quick. Just took off the goggles. You dig what I'm talking about? Took off the space boots and the goggles. You dig what I'm talking about? Gonna throw on my robes of light real quick. You dig what I'm talking about? And we gonna get to it. I'm waiting on my boy ahyash, ithiyaq, to come on through. You dig what I'm talking about? The show today. First of all, this is Jehovah Chronicles. Thank you for everybody for coming through. This your boy Cosmo, man. The show today is number 55 of the Jehovah Chronicles. We're going through them fast, y'all. 55, called the Anunnaki gods. So I brought one of my good friends. I'm waiting on him to go ahead and tap in real quick. He on West Coast time, so he might be a little bit behind us. So y'all gotta, you dig what I'm talking about? Give me a little second. Shout to the Creator Gang for coming through. Peace to all the righteous gods and Nirvanian goddesses. You dig what I'm talking about? Shout to Ray. I see Ray up in the house. Ray say hi. You dig what I'm talking about? Shout out to my Cali Connect, Dreadful Cosmo, man. Creator Gang, bless up. You dig what I'm talking about? Sherilyn Shabar is in the house. She say shalom, everyone. Peace, love, light, balance, Cosmonian. Say peace to the Creator Gang. Got the homie in the house, Sila Shalom. You dig what I'm talking about? Not only hit that like button, but going on over to my homeboy page, Sila Shalom TV, sub, like, share over there. Also go to my other brother, Malachi Maccabee. His page is called Honor and Humility STL. Honor and Humility STL. Go over there, sub, like, share. Also, we have a sister's channel called Essene Nazarene Faithist, or Nazarene Essene Faithist Sisterhood. That's right, Nazarene Essene Faithist Sisterhood. Now, the crazy part is they really just said one word when they said Nazarene Essene Faithist, because they're the same thing, same people, same genetic stock. Praise the same Creator, man. No lords, no gods, no Lord gods, no messiahs, no saviors over here, man. We free. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm just waiting on the homie to come through real quick. See what he gonna bring to the table. You dig what I'm talking about? He very intelligent. The brother is very, very intelligent, and he be coming with it. You dig what I'm talking about? So, you know, Cosmo had to invite my boy to come on through. You dig what I'm talking about? Had to invite my boy to come on through. Can everybody see that? Can I how do I blow that up? Okay. All right. While we waiting on the brother to come on through, I want to show y'all a little bit. Okay. Let me see if I can blow it up. Okay, hold on. I got the brother in the back. Hold on. Let me see if I can blow this up a little bit. Let me see if it shares. All right. We're going to get to it real quick. Check this out, y'all.
Is full of great events and mystery, the curiosity of many. How it was possible for human species that have tried to offer the creation of the world, the all creative capacity of perhaps the answers is the text written by what was the recognized civilization in history, the period of 1000 BC. Over time, responsibilities and creating the first system of writing, known as cuneiform writing, on clay tablets. During archaeological excavations in Iraq, tablets with Sumerian writings were found. The translation of the text revealed one of the most fantastic stories of all time, the story of the Anunnaki gods. According to the Sumerian manuscripts, there is a planet at the ends of the solar system called Nibiru. Every 3,600 years, it enters an orbit close to the planet Earth. Nibiru was the home planet of the Anunnaki. Were experiencing difficulties because the climate and atmosphere of the planet were changing rapidly, making it difficult to produce food and therefore to survive. It was necessary to use advanced methods of technology, alchemy, and magic to reverse this situation. To do so, a large amount of gold was needed, since this metal has purifying properties capable of resisting even cosmic radiation. However, gold was a rare resource in Nibiru, and without other alternatives, the Anunnaki used their advanced technology and sent ships into space in search of the precious golden metal. After a long, entire planet to go, astronauts across space and colonize.
To your personal port. Choose a on the battle button.
The planet Earth was inhabited only by wild animals such as mammoths, saber-toothed tigers, and some apes. The Anunnaki settled in Mesopotamia and built a wonderful city called Eridu. In this city, there was a splendorous garden full of fruit trees and animals. The garden created by the Anunnaki was named Eden, and the first favorite place of the astronaut gods. Shortly after, gold extraction began in underground mines. To do the heavy tasks, they brought with them slaves from another alien race, the ithiyaq. After years of forced labor and humiliation, the ithiyaq rebelled against the Anunnaki, giving rise to the first war on Earth. The ithiyaq were defeated and decimated. The Anunnaki needed new workers. The solution was to create a new race of intelligent beings, able to work, but more harmless than the ithiyaq. The Anunnaki combined genes with the ancestors of human beings, creating a hybrid and submissive race at their command. This genetic fusion did not go very well at first. Strange beings came to life, like the Nephilim giants, which, although extraordinarily strong, were devoid of intelligence and self-control. The first man to emerge from this successful genetic combination was named Adamu. Compared to human beings, the Anunnaki were incredibly tall and strong, and their weapons would be more than enough to control another possible rebellion. Over time, humans developed the ability to speak and learn from the Anunnaki to take care of plantations and build houses made of clay and stone. The Anunnaki came to like human beings. They even allowed them to live in their city and attend the sacred garden, but gave explicit orders not to reproduce too much. Against the will of the gods, human beings began to procreate quickly, which caused overpopulation in the city. Many people were expelled from Eden and Eridu and condemned to live in exile in wildlands. After a few millennia, the planet Nibiru approached the Earth again. Nibiru's gravitational field was so strong that it adversely affected the Earth's natural conditions. There was an increase in the temperature of the planet, and the glaciers melted, rapidly raising the level of the oceans and causing constant rain. A great flood ravaged the Earth, and the city of Iridu was doomed to submerge. To save their creation, the Anunnaki created large boats that floated for days to normal water level. In this part, it is not clear whether the boats floated on the water or whether the boats were ships hovering in the sky. After their city was destroyed, the Anunnaki decided to return to Nibiru, but before they left, they gave human beings knowledge of architecture, mathematics, music, and writing. They also taught them how to establish a monarchy system, where some leaders kept their bloodline inherited for the Anunnaki pure, with the right to command others. They also ordered the construction of temples known as ziggurats, aligned with the constellations. These would one day guide the Anunnaki back to Earth. The Sumerian texts do not determine how many Anunnaki there are, but they quote some as the main ones. The most powerful deity in Sumerian mythology was An, or Anu, according to Akkadian calligraphy. Anu was the personification of heaven and possessed infinite wisdom. He was the oldest and most venerable of the gods, with sanctuaries in almost all Sumerian cities. The goddess Ki represented the earth and Anu's wife. The union between Anu and Ki gave birth to Anunnaki, a word that can be translated as children of heaven and earth. The first Naki was Enlil, lord of the air, winds, storms, and responsible for keeping heaven and earth at a safe distance. Enki was the mighty god of the oceans and rivers, the patron of the city of Iridu. Later, his cult reached other peoples, such as the Canaanites, Hittites, and Horites. The moon also had a ruler, Nana, worshipped as a god of wisdom and curiosity, responsible for teaching scientific and astronomical concepts to human beings. The god Utu was the personification of the sun and defender of justice, truth, and morality. Utu traveled through the heavens in his sacred carriage, emitting a brilliance capable of illuminating the world. The goddess Inanna was Utu's twin sister and goddess of fertility, war, and political power, also called the Heavenly Queen. She was one of the most cultured goddesses of Mesopotamia, adopted by Akkadians, Babylonians, and Assyrians under the name of Ishtar. The cult of the Anunnaki was shared by many Mesopotamian peoples, adding new stories and divinities with the advancement of time, but always maintaining a very detailed essence. The history of the Anunnaki, written by the Sumerians, is full of scientific and astronomical references, very advanced for the time in which they were written. The knowledge is still one of the greatest mysteries of humanity.
Yeah, just a little insight. Hold on. That's right. That was just a little something to, wet your beak real quick while my boy slid up in here.
What's up, brother? What's up? What's going on, man? Hey, thanks for inviting me to your show. It's an honor to be here. Yeah, it's it's pretty good, man, to be among brothers that understand like higher aspects of what's really going on the planet.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, my name is Oscar. For those who do not know, Oscar, aka Shamar, with the Ancient Watchmen. We've been at war with a lot of the BHI community, the Black Hebrew Israelites. I was part of the camp. For those who do not know, just a little background of who I am.
I was gonna say that.
Yeah.
I got something is open. Because I got a. Let me see. 1 2 1 2. Hello.
Yeah. Hello? I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. You got something. You got something.
Let me see.
Do you got the video?
Let me check. Give me a minute. Oh yeah, I do.
Okay. Yeah, just turn it down for me.
How about that?
1 2 1 2.
1 2 1 2 1 2.
I'm still getting the feedback.
I can get out and come back again if you want.
Yeah, I hope it's not.
Let me leave and I'll come back.
All right, come right back, brother.
Come right back, brother. All right.
Yo. Okay, I don't hear that echo no more. I don't hear that echo. So hopefully when he come back in, you dig what I'm talking about. We're gonna let the brother jump right into it, man. This is a very insightful brother, man. If y'all not hip, log on to Ancient Watchman. I'm gonna let him give all his hookups to where y'all can get in touch with the brother. He very, very knowledgeable. You know what I mean? Oh, shout out to the GOAT. I see you. Shout out to Lawrence Burton. You dig what I'm talking about? On the lookout. Dominique Castro. That's my boy, Castro. South America, Castro. That's you? This you? It's the homie from South America. Boy, we gonna have to definitely, if this is you, brother, you getting on the show next. I gotta get your number, and I'm gonna give it a little time, hopefully in the end of the chat where y'all can come on in and ask questions to the brother. You know what I mean, and try to clear up some of this mysticism. You know what I mean, and clear up some of the effects of the God spell. You dig what I'm talking about? Nathan Burrows. Okay, here go my brother. He back. Let me see if I can lock him in here, adding to the stream. Watch me.
All right, can you hear me now or no?
Perfect,
man.
Perfect. Ooh, okay, so this is the Jehovah Chronicles number 55, man. As always, you know what I come to do. I come to balance all balances and check all checks, because you know what happens next when you see this butterfly vortex. Every king needs his crown. I got my boy, the Ancient Watchman, in the house. He gonna drop that fire Anunnaki, man. He gonna bring them Anunnaki gods back on the light, give us some timelines, make this thing make sense for us, man. It's a lot been going on, and these gods have for lack of a better word, tainted much of what we understand as religion today. And with that, Ancient Watchman, give them your name, tell them where they can find you, then give us a little breakdown on your spiritual path and how do we get here. And then, man, and as soon as you're ready, man, just launch in, bro.
All right, perfect, man. Once again, brother, thanks for inviting me to your show. It's an honor to always talk with brothers that are on the same wavelength of understanding. And that's not saying that other people are less than us or they're, less. I'm not saying that. I'm simply saying that there's really levels to spiritual walks on this planet. There's levels to a lot of these. And I remember when I was back in the Hebrew Israelite community, the Black Hebrew Israelite community, aka the BHI, I was part of their congregations, and I learned a lot. I'm not gonna lie, I learned a lot, and I don't take away from the work that a lot of these brothers have put out there for the past 50 years. But the truth of the matter is that a lot of these brothers are stagnant. They've been staying in the same vibration and frequency of knowledge and wisdom and understanding for the past 60 years, and they have not advanced since then. And so when the ancient watchman comes in, I bring a lot of brothers in, onto me so that we can go and battle against the Black Hebrew Israelites because of their doctrines that they were teaching.
So before you go further, it's not so the people understand this is not a personal thing. This is doctrinal. You dig what I'm talking about? Because okay, so let's get that out the way. And if you don't mind me asking, what Hebrew groups were you affiliated with?
Yeah, I'll give you a snippet on that in a minute. But to address what you just said, to address what you just said, a lot of brothers label me as a racist. They claim that I hated black people, that I hate black women. I've been accused of many things over the past 8 years, all because I'm trying to make brothers understand, like, hey, listen, I started with the group, the Comforter Camp out of New York headquarters. I lived with one of the leaders, top leaders from the congregation of Jermaine, aka Tasadakia, which they call the Holy Spirit. So when I was part of that congregation, that's when I began to like question a lot of the things that they were teaching. Now, mind you, I had just come out of Christianity. Oh, this is we're talking about 5 years ago when I came across Sila Shalom's channel. Shout out to the brother out there that's put in the work for the past 10 plus years or whatever the like. And you know, I give honor and you know, to the brothers that have put in real work to elevate themselves and to help the people elevate themselves as well. So I was part of that camp, and now, you know, I came across Sila Shalom's channel, and I was watching it in secret because when I was part of the congregation, you were not supposed to, you were forbidden to watch YouTube videos. You were forbidden to be, be friends with anybody on Facebook that was not part of the congregation. So literally, it was like a cult mentality. And then back then I didn't really think of it like that because I was like, you know, I'm new to this whole thing. I'm learning new things, and all of a sudden, you know, when you learn new things, you get excited and you wanna learn more. So you dive deep into that. So I was diving deep into the whole thing, but in the back of my mind, prior to Sila Shalom's channel, when I was in the Christian church, I had to come across the 7 tablets of creation from the Sumerians, and that's when like my mind just opened up, and I'm like, wait a minute,
what year was this?
We're talking about, man, we're talking about early 90s.
Okay,
the early
okay,
90s. I was in the Christian church. I was part of the worship team. I used to play worship team for the church and big events like that. So we would travel and go to other churches and play. We had a band and whatnot. So I had to step down from the church because I didn't believe in that anymore. It didn't make sense anymore. I began to understand that a lot of the things that we come to believe as God and the Most High, El Shaddai, El Yara, and all these quote unquote names, which in reality are titles, I began to understand. It's like, wait a minute, because it didn't make sense, because you come across that Genesis when it talks about let us create man in our image, and to me it was like, but wait a minute, that's talking about more than one God. But I left it alone. And I just continue on with my life until I came across the Hebrew Israelites. That was 8 years ago when I came when I met the Hebrew Israelite movement, and I began to study. So that was my first camp, the camp of the Comforter. Then I left that camp because I didn't agree with the whole thing that Jermaine, aka Tasadakia, was the Holy Spirit reincarnated on this planet. I'm like, how can he be the Holy Spirit? Like, would he know what I'm thinking? You know, and so I started like thinking about these things, like how would I test the spirit, you know? And so I even asked the leader.
Did you just start logically thinking about what he was saying?
Exactly. So my mind was opened up, and I didn't really want to voice that out because I didn't want to get excommunicated. So I began to learn. So we read the Bible almost completely for an entire year. We just went deep into all the prophets, the history, and all that stuff. So I learned a lot. You know, and this is what I'm saying. It's all levels. And so when I came across those lies, I began to call it out. So I left that camp. And then I started being with IUIC. Now, when I was with the IUIC, you know, I also began to learn like the difference between the teachings, you know, and the doctrines that they had. And a lot of the camps, even though they teach like the main doctrine of the 12 tribes, they teach different doctrines. GMS teaches differently. YUCPK teaches differently. SOS, LOC. I mean, all the camps teach differently. Even the Sikari.
Right.
And so yeah, so I was in IUIC, and in IUIC I began to question their doctrines again, about the Gentiles not being, preaching the gospel. Like, you're supposed to enslave Esau and the Chinese and the other Africans too, because a lot of these teachings are very racist against Black people also, because
Yeah.
you got a lot of these brothers, a lot of brothers that are African Americans hating on Africans from the land, from the motherland. And to me, like, even when I was part of the movement, to me that was kind of like, it didn't sit right with me, because
And,
I'm like,
and it's vice versa. It's vice versa. So I know you're telling the truth.
right,
I know you're telling the
exactly,
truth.
right. So I felt like, I felt some type of way, because I'm like, how can you mistreat like someone that has the same breath of the Most High, quote unquote, the Most High? Because even at the end of the day, the book of Isaiah, chapter 3, talks about that at the end of the day, all the nations are gonna go, quote unquote, unto Jacob and learn the laws and go in unto the temple. Matthew speaks about that too. Christ spoke about that. So I began to question their doctrines, and so that's when I began to battle against the officers of IUIC in Las Vegas. Right, that's 5 years ago, and I questioned their doctrines, and I was accused falsely. They brought me on into judgment. This is a true story, and anybody can corroborate my story. I got witnesses. Officer,
this is about the time. This is about the time I became aware of you, because after this, after you tell this story, tell what you did as a response into how they treated you. So go ahead and finish, brother. Because
right,
what he's saying is true. What I'm saying is, about 5 years ago, about the time that he's talking about, is when I became aware of the ancient watchmen. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah.
I appreciate it, man. Yeah, so there's a lot of people like you that witness this whole thing. I have the post. I have like at least 1,000 comments on it from different leaders from IUIC that they banished from all the camps all throughout the United States. They put a ban on me. They put a hit list. I was put on the hit list by the entire camps and all the members and all the officers and deacons and captains of all the ranks from the top to the bottom. I was banned from all of it. At the time, I had almost 5,000 friends. At least 3,500 of them left being friends with me. They stopped talking to me, and everybody basically began to demonize me. And so that's when I basically left IUIC, and I made a post. The post, I can show you guys the post if anybody's interested. You guys, I can tag you on the post so you guys can read the whole thing. It's right there. I have nothing to hide. So then the lie went out by headquarters to say that I was the one causing divisions and strife among the congregation, when in fact all I did was ask Officer Gabar, officer of 50 now. I'm sure he's officer of 50 now, because you go by ranks: 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, so on and so forth. Officer Gabar was there, and he's the one that kicked me out, and Officer Yaban, Officer Gabar's son as well. They're all kicked me out wrongfully in front of the entire congregation, because I called them out on the book of Isaiah, chapter 56, when it talks about that the Mosai, even though he's chosen the Israelites, he's going to gather others unto him that are non-Israelites as well, including the eunuchs. So I'm like, you guys cannot run
from this. To share, excuse me. If you need to share anything, you want to share anything on your screen or anything, man, just go ahead, bro. I got you.
Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate it. So that's kind of like very briefly of what happened. So I left IUIC, and that's when I began my own movement called Soldiers of Salvation. Was the original congregation that I created, or the movement. Before the Ancient Watchmen, I was called the Soldiers of Salvation. There's another channel that I created as well with another brother from Puerto Rico, so-called Ephraimites. That's when I began to like gather amongst other Hispanics and natives to like battle against the lies of the BHI, because again they put a hit on me all throughout the United States. So whenever they heard ahyash, they knew it was me that, quote unquote, caused strife and division in the church, when in fact I was just questioning their doctrines, and I wanted answers that they couldn't provide. So they kicked me out, because imagine, It's kind of like they see it as a glitch. When you're a glitch in the system, you're not part of it. You gotta get out. You gotta get out. That's why Christ was like that. That's why all the ancient prophets. That's why everybody, the seers, the ancient prophets, these people, the mystics, all the so-called witches and healers of ancient times, they were all kicked out. They were all killed off, persecuted, and demonized because they didn't understand their gifts.
Exactly.
So, and so that's basically what happened. So, after that, you guys know the story, but going back to the Sumerians, that's when I began to question a lot of the things from the Bible. And even when I was battling against the Canaanites or the BHI, the Black Hebrew Israelites, the Sikara did a video on me saying that I believe in the Sumerian gods, that I believe that Enlil and Enki and Ninhursag are my gods. And I'm like, wait a minute, I didn't say that. All I said is that the gods that you guys talk about in the creation council in the book of Genesis, let us create men in our image after our likeness. It's not talking about God. It's not talking about Jesus. It's not talking about an angel. It's talking about a creation council of 3 geneticists called Ninhursag, aka Ninma, the mother, Eve, and that was a goddess. She was a geneticist as well as Enki, aka the Lord of the earth, and his son Ningishita, another geneticist. All 3 of them decided that they would mix their genetic information with the so-called hominid, aka the beast of the field that you guys can see in the jungles. They're everywhere. So when these beings, that's why
the field, is that the Alalu?
No, the Ululu will be one of the first gods that came from Nibiru, because Ululu was the first god that was kicked out by Anu, because Ululu was the first, he was supposed to be the first ruler of Nibiru, but they went into
Alalu,
war.
Right? That's the guy that got his face on Mars?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Because the story goes that, so the story goes like this, that Ululu was kicked out. He was fleeing from Nibiru, right? Because they put a hit, they put a hit on his head to kill him, because Anu and the lineage of Ululu were the rightful rulers of Nibiru. So so a cosmic war broke off amongst 2 lineages of Anunnaki, right? That's and it's gonna make sense later on when
Anunnaki. For those who have never heard the word before, explain what an Anunnaki is.
Well, it's a mistranslation. That the word Anunnaki was kind of created by Zechariah Sitchin, which a lot of people gave him a lot of fire. But what I want to say, because I'm not trying to defend Zechariah Sitchin. First, he was a Mason. Second, he had a lot of money. He bought a lot of the tablets. He bought them for his own collection, but a lot of them were already translated by actual scholars. All he did is just publish them in his books. As a matter of fact, this is one of his books. It's called The 12th Planet. No, The Lost Realms.
Yeah.
Right there. Anyways, so he wrote 12 books.
Very aware of Sitchin. The crazy part is what I find is I got into Sumeria maybe the late 90s. Maybe the late 90s, early 2000s. And just like you, it blew my mind. It blew my mind. It made you start to think. You know what I mean? So we have 2 heavenly rulers, Anu and Alalu.
Well, yeah, Anu and Alalu, bro. So the story is that there was a clash amongst the lineages, because the Ululites, Ulul, and the word Ululu, that's basically where you get the word Allah or Al in the Hebrew. The word, the Aleph, the bull represents Al or El, the god of the Canaanites, which represents the bull, right? The bull gods, right? The bull gods. Well, the bull gods goes back to the Ululites. The Ululites are the original gods that were the rightful rulers of Nibiru. But Anu wanted to take over the throne, and that's basically what he did. He began to cleanse house, and they went to war. So Olulu was left I think he was the only one alive, because Anu had already killed all the lineage of the Ululites. So Ululu left the planet, and then he came across this place, this place right here. And I forgot the name of it. They call it. They had a name for this planet way back in times immemorial. But he came to this planet, and he discovered that it was that you can terraform it. And so he began to explore the planet, and that's basically where you begin to see.
Is the planet key?
Right. Well, that's how they call it in their language. That's what the word Anunnaki means. Anuna means heavenly ones, or stars. Because when you study the hieroglyphics, the Sumerian cuneiform system, the star, when you see a star, it also is always symbolic for the gods. That's what it means. Yeah. Whenever you see a star in any of the Sumerian writings, you will know it's talking about a god. This is how you know that these guys are heavenly beings, or the sons of the stars, or the sons of the morning, right? The sons of the morning. You guys get it? Sons of the morning. So, where were we? Oh yeah. So Ululu left, and they were going after him. Later on is when Enki basically was sent with a tripulation with 50 other scientists, including Nima right there, and they began to terraform the planet. And they, as a matter of fact, let me show you something that you brought out in your video real quick, right? Let me turn this around. Let's see. I want to turn the camera around. I'm gonna show you something real quick. Let's see right here. You see that right there? When it's talking about the word Eden in the cuneiform writing system, it literally looks like a DNA. You see that?
Yeah.
Dang. So it's basically it's basically it's a helix of DNA. And but inside of it, you won't be able to see it. But if you look it up, you go online and look up the word Eden in the cuneiform writing system. Inside of the helix, it has 4, which is basically the 4 building bases, which is ACGT, right? And so right there, it lets you know that we began to see a little patterns about how Eden was basically a place where they were creating genetic experiments.
Wow, man, that's amazing. That's amazing. So to put this thing on a timeline, what time are we talking about? Do the Anunnaki tell us that this them coming from their planet down to the earth happened?
Well, if we study the King's List, right? Anybody can go out there and type in the King's List. Now, when you guys study the King's List, it will give you a lineage of pre-flood kings, right?
Yeah.
Let me see.
Hold on, let me share. I'm rolling with you. I'm rolling with you, bro.
Right.
I'm rolling with you.
All right. So that's the King's List right there, right? When you guys read it, it's already translated too as well. You guys can see there's a picture to your upper left. If you click on it, to the upper left, that's
this one.
It's the upper left. Your upper right. My bad.
Okay.
You see where it says the one that looks like cartoonish and real?
Right here.
The other one. Keep going up. To that one. No, the other one.
Okay.
The one right next.
I'm going back. This one?
No, you clicked on it already. Go back. The other one. To your left.
This is
there. That one.
Okay.
So let me see. and I think I have it as well. I can read it for you guys as well. I think I have it.
And this is the Sumerians kings list.
Yeah. Let me read this real quick. It says the Sumerian kings list, probably the most important document ever discovered by modern humans. It lists some 149 kings and rulers on planet Earth, starting with 10 rulers before the flood, which spanned some 240,000 years. So basically, like, these 8 antediluvian kings are basically gods that were walking amongst humanity way times immemorial, right? And it records 8 antediluvian kings that were ruling the planet for 240,000 years. Now, a lot of archaeologists are basically baffled, like whether or not the measurement of time is correct, and it is correct. Because according to the Sumerian cosmogony, you know, the one shar, it's equal to 3,600 years, which which will be basically a year for us. So imagine when it talks about a lot of the, like, the pre-flood kings that were ruling, there were 8. They ruled the planet for 240,000 years. Some of them rule for eight shars. Some of them rule for 10 shars, so on and so forth. And when you do the math, you know, you multiply the year by the 3,600, which is the equivalent to a year for us, then you'll know that these individuals were living like long years. They were living millenniums, literally. And then right after that, the flood came, you know. But that's basically where you get the timeline, as far as like how long ago are we talking about. And this is what I'm saying. This is the information that I brought out a while ago to the Black Hebrew Israelite community, saying, like, listen, how can you believe in the Bible, saying that the Bible is the inspired word of God, when in fact it's just an amalgamation of the Sumerian stories themselves, especially the creation story, right? And so they're like, oh, you're bugged out. The spirit of the Most High left you, brother. You're off. Oh, they call you're Esau, you're Edom, because now you, according to them, you don't understand.
Now you're a white man. You instantly turned into a white man somehow, right? Yeah.
Exactly. Even though I was fighting their battles, like in the streets, because I was camping. I would go out on the streets. You know, my thing wasn't just online. I didn't do things online. I went out in the streets. We did this physically, man. You know, and we put in the work. You know, it was. But what I'm saying is that there's levels. A lot of people gotta be able to learn how to die. You gotta die in order to be born again. You have to die, and the aspect of dying is you letting go of the lies or the things that you think you know are true. Because, like I said, you're gonna come across information that is gonna like baffle you. It's gonna clash with the information that you have in your head, because you've been indoctrinated to believe in these gods, when in fact these gods are Sumerian gods. They're lower gods. They're lords. You know, there's a lot of gods. There's a lot of gods. It's not just Yahweh, El, and Lil. There's many gods. The gods of the Hindu, the Indus Valley, the gods of the Japanese, the gods of the Mayans, the gods. They're all part of the same family. These are Anunnaki gods. These are the sons and daughters and daughters and daughters of daughters. They have been here for thousands of years. And this is what I show you guys. The brother show you guys. The Sumerian kings list shows you a 240,000 year rule of pre-flood kings, which were literally gods walking amongst humanity. This is why you have all the stories of times immemorial throughout the legends, throughout times, where they talk about that the gods were walking amongst humans, and they were walking amongst their own creation, right? But now humanity is like, you know, it's like they have made these individuals their gods, and these gods have lied to the entire human race, and they're being worshipped falsely. All of them. The God of the Bible is Enlil. Enlil is the God that destroyed the pre-Adamite civilizations. All of them, they were destroyed by by the hatred of Enlil, because Enlil didn't like humans. Enlil hated humanity. That's pretty wild, man. And a lot of people love Enlil or Yahweh.
Now, so you're saying in the story of the Anunnaki, there is a flood mythos?
Yeah, brother. Yeah. There's a mythos of the flood, and basically the story of Genesis. What you guys read in the cosmogony of Genesis is found in better detail in the Sumerian stories themselves. The original story of you guys' Bibles. For any of you Hebrews, so-called Hebrews watching, if you guys are watching, that's what I'm talking about. And as a matter of fact, is there any way I can show it to you real quick?
Yeah, man. Share your screen, brother. You got.
Let me see.
Can you, if you got it like if you can, you on your phone or you on the tablet?
No, man. I'm on my phone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then,
it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, or
we'll do it like
shoot it in the chat or something. You dig what I'm talking about? I'll post it up. Or
can you blow up my camera? Can you blow me up or no?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me see. Let me get out your way. As a matter of fact.
There it is right there.
No. I'm trying to blow you up. Okay. Hold on.
There it is right there. All right. So this right here is basically, it says the Sumerian flood story. This is the Neo-Sumerian clay. This is mankind's oldest reference to the deluge or the flood, together with the tablet in Philadelphia, the only other tablet bearing this story in Sumerian. In this transcript, Siusudra, which is basically the Sumerian Noah of the Bible, is described as the priest of Enki. Oh, yeah, I don't know what happened. It says
that was weird.
yeah, so he's described as the priest of Enki. And then this is the Sumerian tablet right here, describing the flood, which literally predates the Bible for 1,000 years. It's going to say right here, it says, the Sumerian flood story is the oldest forerunner to the biblical account of the flood of Genesis 6:5 and 9 and 29. According to the British Museum, their Neo-Babylonian tablet with the flood story as part of the Epic of Gilgamesh is the most famous tablet in the world. The tablet shown here is over 1,000 years older than the one in the British Museum. You see that? And so the reason why I'm saying that is because you guys got to understand that a lot of the Babylonians copy from the Assyrians. The Assyrians copy from the Akkadians, and the Akkadians copy from the Babylonians, and the from the Sumerians. So it's like a chain of events, and they were basically sharing the information. So the story changes in details here and there. The Babylonian calls Noah Siusudra, and I think the Akkadian calls him Ubnapishtim. And right. Yeah, man.
So Utnapishtim is the Sumerian Noah.
Basically, well, Utnapishtim in the story is literally like the son of Enki, because when you guys read they call him the memoirs of Enki. When you guys read the memoirs of Enki, he shows that the reason why Noah was saved, it was because there was an emissary named Gal-Su. Gal-Su was an emissary from the actual creator, meaning the creator above the Anunnaki themselves, the creator even above Anu, because Anu is called Most High, or the king god amongst the Anunnaki, right? But even beyond the Anunnaki, there's a creator. There's the guy, the main dude, the main father of it all, the source, right? So the story, like in the memoirs of Enki, tells you that Galsu came in a vision to Enki. Enki had a vision of what was going to happen of the flood, and how the flood was basically like a plot against the human race by his half brother Enlil, because Enlil hated the human race. The human race were not supposed to be genetically engineered or modified at all, right? And the reason why is because there's a law in the like they call it I don't know, the Federation of the Galaxies, where basically when you go and visit a planet, you're not supposed to tamper with life. You're supposed to leave life alone. You're there to visit. That's why when we go into the jungle, we go into the forest, we're visitors. You know, we're not supposed to litter. We're not supposed to, like, you know, be doing like stuff to like unbalance nature or the cycles of nature. You know, we're supposed to take care of mother. So that's what the Anunnaki went against that commandment, and they created life. But that life was created by the Council of Enlil, Enki, and Herzog, the Council of 7, the Council of 12. All the council agreed that they were gonna create a genetic experiment to be the slave force for the Anunnaki themselves. You know, that was the whole idea, that they created the human race genetically modified in order to be obedient to the gods, no questions asked. But later on, Enki, according to the stories, this is the memoirs, we're talking about the memoirs of Enki still.
Right.
In the memoirs of Enki, it says that the reason why Enki changed his mind later on is that he noticed how the human race was being basically mistreated way back in times immemorial by the gods themselves. They were unjustly mistreating their own creation, killing them, treating them like guinea pigs and all that stuff. The same thing that's happening today. And Enki didn't like that. So that's when he began to do the upgrade within the at the genetic level, right? Now we're talking about, we're talking about like biogenetic
engineering
knowledge, engineering, bro. This is heavy stuff. This, okay, and for those who do not believe, let me kind of give you like a little bit of what I'm talking about.
Listen. I actually have the smartest chat in the world, bro. That's facts. Listen, there ain't nothing you can come with that they ain't already heard and ready for. So they even got some stuff even on the. So come with it, bro. Drop it heavy, because I'm seeing what I'm seeing is there's a lot of similarities between all religious narrative is sounding like exactly what you're saying, but what we're seeing is the story is told 1,500, 1,000 years before. Then we get it in Egypt, or we get it in the Bible. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. 1,000 years before Egypt gets it, and 2,000-3,000 years before Israel supposedly writes the same story that's 3,500 years old.
And that's a fact right there. What you just said is a straight up fact, and it can be proven with historical evidence and archaeological evidence. There's no denying. This is why I debated Jose Vega, and I brought this information out. When I debated him, he couldn't refute any of these. Nobody can refute what the ancient Sumerians write about concerning the creation story, concerning the creation and genetic experiments of the human race. There's no denying about that. There's no denying the fact that the gods of the ancient Sumerian Mesopotamian gods, all the pantheon of gods of the Mesopotamians, are the gods of the Bible itself. And that's the heavy pill that a lot of brothers and sisters have to swallow. That's the hardest pill you have to swallow, because now you're gonna have to question everything that you've been taught and learned. And this is why, like, religion, organized religion, is created to enslave the mind, because now you're operating in fear. Like, well, what if I do this? Oh, you know, I'm gonna get punished and sin. Or now you are vibrating in that frequency, bro. You're not you're not elevating. You're vibrating in fear all the time because the God is gonna punish you.
That's and well, well, in all fairness to the Bible, it do tell them to fear their God, not to love him. So, you know, I mean, maybe it's by function that you're indoctrinated. I would believe so. You know, so we find I love this tale of the Anunnaki, and I love a person who actually knows the story, right? So we got these. Okay, first of all, could you tell us what the Anunnaki generally looked like?
Well, there's a lot of depiction out there how they look like. A lot of them look like bipedal for sure. They're bipedal. When I talk about bipedal, they talk on 2 feet, right? They're bipedal for sure. But there's other depictions of them that there are insectoid beings. As a matter of fact, let me show you. So there's really not like a homogeneous look to the Sumerians, you know. There's a lot of look to them. A lot of them look like, oh, watch this. I don't know if you guys can see that. That looks like a insectoid. You probably can see it.
And which one is that, man? And
you see that?
Yeah, what those are the cylinders, right?
Yeah, these are the cylinders, man. And but there's other ones. Let me show you other ones too, because these other ones, these guys. Now, this is basically where you guys get the story of the fringes. You see that? You see the Sumerians were wearing the fringes themselves, right? And a lot of them are depicted like this, always wearing some sort of like watch. It kind of looks like a watch, with the pineal, with the cone pine, which symbolizes the open pineal. The pineal is open. All the knowledge is being given. That's basically the esoteric term behind the pineal, the pine cone right there, symbolizing they're the givers of knowledge and understanding. But look at look at that. But the watch is kind of like it's kind of weird.
Which stele or cylinder seal is that? Because I want to do. Because listen, it is some fantastical stuff going on in the Earth circa what we talking now? What 240,000 years ago?
3,000. Let's talk about. Well, we can talk about 5,000 years because it's only in the beginning of the 5th millennium, going backwards, that we begin to see writing. And this is basically where we begin to see the writing system. By the oldest writing system will be the Sumerians, the cuneiform writing system, which is basically like Hebrew. So, I mean, I don't know, man. It's I'm not an archaeologist myself, but 5,000 years ago, I think that's the oldest writing system. The Sumerians talk about that.
So this is well documented that that most scientists believe that this is the oldest language on the planet.
Well, a lot of people want to talk about they want to talk about the Hebrew being the language of paradise, but we literally can see that, like, the word, for example, the word shamash or shamash is the same word. Yeah, it's the same. It's shamash. Is Utu Shamash was one of the Sumerian gods. They were literally the stars of the sons of God. They were called the Gigi as well. The sons of the gods were basically called the Gigi, aka the Watchers.
So the Igigi are a different form of Anunnaki. Where they come from?
Well, the Gigi are basically like the workers, you know. Yeah, like the cherubims and all that stuff. Yeah. So these cylinders are pretty old. I mean, a lot of them are they're copied. You can buy them online, right, or something. But they're from original sources, though.
That's they're sort of like copies, I would think,
Yeah, they're copies
but
of like the
they're from
originals.
originals. That is crazy.
Yeah.
That is nuts. That is dope. Okay, so
Yeah. Well,
we got
let me before we go on, let me kind of like talk about the Nibiru planet, because a lot of people are gonna say, well, that's just some Zachariah Sitchin's lies. That's a lie. And well, let me read this real quick. This is actual data. This is actual data. Watch this. This is from the Naval Observatory by Dr. Robert S. Harrington. It says, the most important part of the epic of creation specifies one additional planet in our solar system. The Anunnaki's home planet of Nibiru, aka the planet of the crossings. It says, whose apogee is positioned beyond Pluto in a 3,600-year retrograde orbit around the sun. Corroborating evidence was provided by the former chief of the U.S. Naval Observatory, Dr. Robert S. Harrington. Agent named Tombaugh discovered Pluto in 1930 in its moon Charon, was found in 1978. Planetary wobbles in the orbital paths of Uranus and Neptune spawned to the use of infrared astronomical satellite IRAS in 1983 to locate the suspected planet that induced the wobbles. The IRAS produced resulting indicating a large brown dwarf 4 times the size of the Earth had been located without question. So the whole idea about the planet Nibiru not being real, well, I mean, if we want to believe their data, well, the data is right there, and it's done by United States Naval Observatory, Dr. Robert. You guys can look that information out. If anybody wants the page, I give you the page later on. So that's that right there, and it's just a lot, man. We can talk about a lot of stuff.
okay. We see there's a beef on their home planet, Nibiru, right?
There's a what?
There's a beef, a war going on for the kingship, right?
Right.
Between Alalu and Anu. Now you say Anu wins.
Anu won.
How does Anu gain the throne?
Well, he kills the heirs. You gotta when you want to dethrone somebody, you gotta, and it happens in the jungle. The jungle when the lion goes into a new pride, and he sees the sons and daughters of another dude, he kills them all because he doesn't want anybody to rise up to challenge the guy later on in life. Well, that's what happened too with Anu. Anu began to cleanse the bloodlines of the Ululites, and that's when Ululu fled to the planet. So I didn't finish the story because I'm always everywhere, man. My mind is like, you know, all the place all the time, man. I need to like calm down sometimes. But Ululu, right? Ululu came to the Earth and found out the Earth was inhabitable. Enki came out later on, and they established what you guys call the Golden Age. The Golden Age is well spoken all throughout the mystery schools in Egypt and Sumeria and Japan. A lot of cultures spoke about this Golden Age where humanity enjoyed a time of peace, harmony, and connection and balance with like the cosmos, the Earth, and yourself. You know, it was a spiritual age. It was very powerful. That was Enki's creation. That's where basically Enki. I was saying that Enki began to see like the injustice being done against the humans, and he began to do Adamu 2.1 or 2.0, the upgrade, which basically like tamper with like the genome of the Adamus in order for them to like be able to understand consciousness, be able to reach the connect with consciousness itself, you know, the matrix, the mother of it all. And so he gave like the ability to understand, to speak, and to even procreate and whatnot. And that was kind of like where we are right now. We are the byproduct of the creation of these guys. These guys are the gods of the Bible. If you guys really want to pay homage to your gods, well, those are your gods. If you guys want to believe in these gods, for once, I myself do not believe in them. But anyways, so later on, Enlil was sent to the planet, and that's when he began to change the whole thing. So the whole golden age ended because Enlil began to oppress the human race. And as a matter of fact, I have a book right here where it says that the Atra-Hasis story tells you that Enlil began to send pestilences and diseases to the people in order to kill them, and none of them worked out because a lot of them survive. A lot of humans survive. And so Enlil decided to be like, okay, well, how do I do to get rid of the entire human race at once? And then he thought about, because these guys, you know, these guys understand the cycles of the planet. They understand the smaller and the bigger cycles of the planet. There's smaller and bigger cycles. We're talking about astronomical cycles of 25,000 years, which is you know, one precession of the equinoxes. That's one cycle. That's just one small cycle, but there's cycles inside that cycle, the smaller cycles you guys call jubilees. The jubilees in the Bible is basically 70 years, right? So it's like it's cycles upon cycles. So the Anunnaki understood the cycles of the planet, that there was going to be they call it a magnetic reversal. The magnetic reversal is when the magnetic pole shifts, and basically you get a new ice age where basically everything freezes in a minute. You're frozen like that, bro. And so that's basically what happened when you understand the cycles. Well, Enlil understood that there was a cycle coming up where there was going to be an earthquake and whatnot, and winds, strong winds, and that's exactly, he took advantage of that. And that's why when they took the council among the 3, the 7, and the 12, not to say anything to the human race, to let them perish. That was the whole plan, so that humans could be wiped out and they could leave the planet Earth back to their home planet without tampering with life. Well, they, you know, we are here. And that was basically the problem with Enlil. Enlil hated the idea that Enki created this vast civilization on this planet without thinking about the consequences of what was going to be later on, right? Which is what we see today. You guys see today, the human race is a warlike individuals. Humans want to kill themselves for stupid reasons. Humans want to go to war for the dumbest shit ever. I don't understand why Russia and Joe Biden and Ukraine they're going at it against each other. You know, that's another topic in itself. But my point is that, like, you guys understand that the humans are the reflection of the gods the gods that you guys follow. The gods that you guys follow are basically the warlike gods that hate themselves, that war amongst each other, that hate amongst themselves. That's the gods. That's basically why the Torah was given way back in times immemorial, because the gods themselves were doing shit amongst themselves. So they say, well, what can we do? Because you have Enki creating the human race, genetically engineering humans, men and women alike, and androgynous people as well, for those who do not know. You know what Enki was doing? Enki was sleeping with his own daughters, right? He was sleeping with his own daughters. This is according to the tablets of Enki, the 14 tablets of Enki, aka the memoirs of Enki. It tells you right there. So the laws were given to the people because the gods themselves were doing it to each other. So they're like, well, wait a minute, we're doing it to each other. So what's not to say that our own creation is not going to do it to themselves? So they gave the statutes and commandments after the flood to Noah, the son of Enki. So anyway, so the story, right? The story continues. So Enlil comes to the planet and begins to establish the rule of law with the fist of iron, trying to rule the planet with the fist of iron, trying to let me read this story real quick. Let me just read the Atra-Hasis real quick so you guys kind of understand what I'm talking about.
Cool. Yeah, yeah. Give him a breakdown, bro. That's why I brought you, because I know you know it. You dig what I'm talking about? You got a vast understanding of it, and you know what I mean. I also do too. So I try to steer you in the you know what I mean, to knocking it out the park every time. You dig what I'm talking about?
Thank you, man. I appreciate
it. Park every time.
No, I appreciate it, bro. Here it is. There's right there. Watch. Right. Watch this. Watch. It says, this is Atra-Hasis tablet 1, the line 37, page 13 and 15. Right. It says, Anu made his voice heard and spoke to the gods, his brothers. What are we complaining of? Their work was indeed too hard. Their trouble was too much. Every day the earth resounded. The warning signals was loud enough. We kept hearing the noise. Ea, aka Enki, made his voice heard and spoke to the gods, his brothers. Why are we blaming them? Their work was too hard. Their trouble was too much. Belet Ili, the womb goddess, is present. Let her create primeval men so that he may bear the yoke, so that he may bear the work of Elil. Belet Ili, the womb goddess, is present. Let the womb goddess create offspring, and let men bear the load of the gods. Nintu, aka Belet Ili, made her voice heard and spoke to the great gods. Quote, it is not proper for me to make him. The work is Enki's. He makes everything pure. If he gives me clay, then I will do it. Enki made his voice heard and spoke to the great gods on the 1st, 7th, and 15th of the month, ding, 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 which is exactly what is found in the book of Samuel chapter, chapter 8, when it talks about King David basically celebrating the stages of the moon, which is right here on the 1st, the 7th, and the 15th of the month. I shall make a pure.
Bro?
Exactly. This is basically where you get your Shabbats. The memoirs of Enki tells you that the Shabbats were basically when Ululu came here. Ululu was the one that invented the Shabbats. Ululu was the one that rested on the 7th day because they were doing like planetary exploration. And on the 6th day, they decided to rest because they were like tired of exploring the whole planet, going out around and forth under Virmanas, aka their spaceships. Now I know that a lot of this information is too like sci-fi for a lot of people, but you guys believe in angels with wings and all this other stuff, and you guys believe in all this stuff in the Bible that's just too far out there. Why not believe the real story of the Bible? So it says on the 1st, oh my bad. So I was saying that Ululu was the one that created the Shabbat. So when they finished exploring the earth, they rested on the 7th day. They're like, man, we're just gonna chill out, man. We've been working too hard. I think we'd be because they were mapping the planet. They were basically mapping where the mountains were, where the rivers were. That's why basically they settled in the most fertile crescent. That's basically what it is. The fertile crescent, which is Iraq, Assyria, all those Afghanistan areas. That back in ancient times, like, bro, this shit goes deeper. It's like you can go dive deep into the rabbit hole and just kind of like it'll blow your mind to understand that like the earth is much older than what we think. The Anunnaki, they're just the visitors that came when the planet was already destroyed. This is where basically when you read your Bible that the earth was void and without a form. And that's basically when Anunna arrived and they described the earth like, what the fuck? What had happened here? And so that's basically what Ululu begins to like map it out. It begins to map out the entire system, right? How can we terraform the planet? And that's basically where Enki comes in. The scientists begin to come in. Enki, Ninhursag, and the rest of the 50 scientists that came with Enki in the second expedition to the planet. Now, Enki created the planet. They created a civilization, a golden civilization. This is where you get your stories of the Atlantis, Lemurians, the Mulan, and all these other civilizations that existed pre-Pangea. We're talking about Pangea timelines. I don't know what the timeline of the Pangea is, but we're talking about those timelines with the Pangea, where the whole planet was one entire continent, supercontinent, right? Africa was united with like South America. It was one continent. We're talking about those times, and Leo comes in. He basically begins to change the whole thing. He goes to war against Enki, and this is basically where you begin to see like there's a book that is mentioned in the Old Testament called the Book of the War of the Lord. Well, the Book of the War of the Lord is not found in that book. It tells you like how basically the cosmic war that took place on the planet. This is basically what you call the second cosmic war that takes place on the planet, where the gods basically battle amongst themselves. And the story is basically echo all throughout the entire, like the Book of Enoch, when it talks about like the Watchers basically went to war amongst themselves and they killed each other out. That was basically back then, but the story got changed and they portray the Nephilim as the fallen ones, when the Nephilim were the gods of the Bible, and the Igigi were the Watchers themselves. So the story got switched around in order to push the lie, because in Leo later on, you guys are gonna when you guys read the stories, the story of creation, the 7 tablets of creation, the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Atra-Hasis story, the memoirs of Enki, and many other tablets, it's gonna give you like all the ones that I mentioned. There's more, but the ones that I mentioned tells you the story in detail, but each of them tell it in a different way. But you gotta read them all in order to like grasp like the entirety of the situation, so you can understand the context.
So in the story, a being seems to be able to take on many names, just depending on where he is how the story is told.
Exactly. These gods are able to live. They have long longevities. They're able to live millenniums. This is why I brought you. I spoke about the king's list, where it shows you pre-Adamite kings ruling the planet in a lapse of 240,000 years. So these guys were living at least 8,000, 10,000, 25,000 years and plus years. So what happens is that these guys establish civilizations. When they establish civilization, they let it grow. It's kind of like an experiment. And then once they finish that kingdom falls, and they move to the next one, and they establish another civilization under different names, under different different entities. And so that's how they begin to move from kingdom to kingdom to kingdom to kingdom, all the way until now. These guys are still around. They're not dead. A lot of them are family members of the ancient gods. Going back to Enlil, Enki, Ninurta, Ningishira, Damusi, Ishtar, etc., etc. All the gods they're all family. They're all cousins and nephews and stuff. It's all the same.
So when let's say, for instance, the what I know is let's just say the god Osiris of Egypt, right? He has a story about him being drowned and chopped up and being put back together. But there was a story told 1,500 years before about Dumuzi. You dig what I'm talking about? Where the same thing, and his girl come get him to put him back together. They go on to rule the underworld too. So the theory that these beings are living to these great ages, we see the story being told in 2 different cultures at 2 different times, thousands of years apart. How is that possible if, one, the people aren't seeing something? Something is happening. They're not just making this up. The ancients weren't stupid. You dig what I'm talking about? They weren't dumb. They were highly sophisticated for their time. And I think with this, would you agree with this, bro?
What?
That many times when people say ancient or old, they instantly equate stupid or dumb.
Right. Yeah, exactly, bro. That's a fallacy. It's so false.
Mm.
That's part of the like the indoctrination system of the schools, you know, where they teach you like a false narrative of the history of the human race. They don't teach you the real story, because if they did, nobody would be going to school to prepare themselves to be enslaved into the system that is established here for thousands of years, bro. But yeah, so let me finish this real quick. It says, on the first 7 and 15 of the month, I shall make a purification by washing. The one God should be slaughtered. See that? And the gods can be purified by immersion. Nintu shall mix clay with his flesh and blood. Then a god and a man will be mixed together in clay. Let us hear the drum beat forever after. Let a ghost come into existence from the god's flesh. Let her proclaim it as his living sign, and let the ghost exist so as not to forget the slain god. They answered, yes, in the assembly, the great Anunnaki who assigned the fates. And this is basically what they began. This is basically the council of creation. This is how they basically created the pact amongst themselves. The oath that you guys read in the so-called the book of the Watchers in the book of Enoch, that was the oath that they took among themselves. They bound themselves through blood by the slaughter of one of their own in order to use their genetic material and mix it with their genetic information to create the first Adapa or Adamu, the first experiment, the first genetic
so-called man, right?
Right, the so-called man, exactly. And, but the whole thing about
his name, what is his name again?
Well, his real name was Adapa. Adapa. Yeah,
that's
Adapa.
Very close to Adama or Adam.
Adamu, right?
Real. And for those who don't know, Adapa still hints towards being wholly from the earth. You dig what I'm talking about? Being earthborn. You dig what I'm talking about? Adapa, just like Adama, just like Adam, just like Asu, hints towards being holy towards the earth. You know what I mean? So we got these. What would you call them, bro? What do you call these? Are these living men? Can they die? That just were deified because of their power?
They can die. They can die, man. They can die. They show it to you in many movies, like the movie. There's many movies where they show the guys that they can die. They can bleed. They can die, but they're not around. They're not. These guys been around the planet. They know the mechanisms and how humans think because they created the human race. They understand how humans think. They've been studying the human race as an experiment for the past 420,000 years, all the way until now, according to the Sumerian stories. I'm pretty sure the OASP talks about much ancient timelines than 420,000 years. So I understand that. I know what you guys. Yeah, I know, bro.
You dig what I'm talking about? Like, I'm just saying, what you're saying makes sense. There's a lot of cohesive narrative that flows right into what we would call religion today. So I totally get it. You dig what I'm talking about? But I want you to break it down to them about Enlil and Anki. Because in the end of the day, right? Let's just be real. This is two brothers.
Yeah.
Two half brothers, but blood brothers. They got the same daddy, correct?
Yeah.
What was the problem with these two brothers? Why they couldn't get it together?
Shoot, man. It's a matter of the gods. The gods are hateful. These gods are hateful. They're warlike. They cheat and lie. They create diseases. As a matter of fact, let me read Atra-Hasis tablet 1, line 37 again, page 18. It says, 600 years, less than 600 passed, and the country became too wide, the people too numerous. The country was as noisy as bellowing bulls. The god grew restless at their racket. Enlil had to listen to their noise. He addressed the great gods, quote, "The noise of mankind has become too much. I am losing sleep over their racket. Give the order, the Surupo, the sea shall break out." So that's basically when Enlil release a disease, like a biological weapon, like a germ, like COVID, like the so-called vaccine, basically. And a lot of people die. So my point in bringing that out is to answer your question, like, or to address what you were saying, that that's why in the Bible, even the book of Numbers chapter 15 talks about that Yahweh is a man of war, right? And if you guys study the character of Yahweh of the Old Testament, of the Torah, you're gonna begin to piece the puzzle together to make you see that Enlil is Yahweh of the Old Testament, because what Enlil was doing back in times immemorial, pre-flood times, and even after the flood, he was committing genocide against the human race, because he didn't like the fact that humans were basically at the level of the gods. That's why even in the council of seven, which Enlil was part of that as well, they talk about that: do not make him too smart, do not make him to the point that they can reach to us. That's why in the book of Genesis it says they're becoming like one of us. Like, wait a minute.
Okay, see? Yeah.
So now you begin to see like why they decided to like create human as a workforce. They were just to be created as a workforce, not for them to think for themselves, not for them to like reach the source without the gods themselves, but us as a creation of the Almighty, connect directly to source. Well, Enlil didn't like that. He wanted the human race to be enslaved to the worship of the lower entities that rule these planes of existence, which is the physical world. So this is their plane of existence. These guys are physical, even though we cannot see them. They're somewhere around. They must be somewhere around. They should exist somewhere. Now, when after the flood, according to the memoirs of Enki, they themselves say that Anu, Enki, and Enlil and all the gods left. It says that they left. Whether or not they left back to their planet or place of abode, who knows? We don't know. But it says that they left, and it says that they left humanity at the peril of their own demises and their own fates, because when Enki was sleeping one time, Galsu came and gave a message to Enki saying that the creator of all had a plan for the human race, that he needed to save his son, aka the priest of Shurupak, which was Noah. And that's basically when he received the instructions on how to build a submarine in order to save all the genetic information, in order to genetically jumpstart civilization after the flood. So the whole story about an ark being built up so that all the animals in pairs would go in, like, that's just an insane idea. That's it doesn't make sense. It's not the real story. The real story is that Enki gave Siusudra, aka Ugnapishtim, aka Noah, the instructions on how to create a submarine that would go underwater in order to navigate the waters for an entire year, because that's how long the flood lasted. And so that's how the genetic information of various species was saved up. A lot of species were not saved up. A lot of chimeras that existed way in times immemorial, like griffons, aka have eagle, have lions. You got depictions of that all throughout the ages in every mythology. Every mythology speaks about dragons. Every mythology speaks about mythical creatures. They all existed because they were the byproduct of the genetic experiments that Enki and the medical officer Anin Hirsa were doing way back in times. And so a lot of them were killed off, and a lot of them were not survived. But the ones that survive is what we see. But even so, a lot of them were killed out by the human race because of hunting and, you know, burning the forest, deforestation. You know, the human race, they're just the same as the gods of the that created the human race. You know, it's pretty wild that's why the Bible says, "Let us create men in our image, after our likeness." Well, if we study the character of the gods, then we can say, you know, if we study the character of the humans, we can understand the character of the gods who created these humans.
Exactly, and it's not looking good.
Good. Right.
Okay. Enlil, you know, is bringing disease. He's bringing. Okay. Wait. Okay. In the story between me and you, in the story of Utnapishtim, right? In the story of Utnapishtim, right? Do you believe the story actually happened, or do you believe the story is allegorical? Yeah, I mean the flood narrative.
Well, we know that the flood narrative took place because many cultures speak about some sort of flood that came on the planet and destroyed ancient civilizations, even though the civilizations that speak about this flood are separated by, you know, thousands of years or hundreds of years, so they didn't have quote unquote communication. So how can they speak about a flood that others knew? So it's like the flood, we know that it was global. It was mostly coastal. It was all the way throughout the coast of the globe, but it wasn't just like it wasn't just a flood. It was massive tornadoes. You guys can study the Dryas, the younger Dryads, Dryas theory. When you guys study it, this catastrophe took place 8,000 years ago, right? Well, 13,000 years ago, to be fair, but you count 5,000 years plus the 8 years that it happened, 8,000 years. So that's kind of like 13,000 years. And then the records, like there's data, you know, I'm not going to give you the whole thing because I don't have it memorized, but
No, I'm with you. And you dig what I'm talking about. Shout out to the creative gang. You dig what I'm talking about. Y'all go sub, like, share on that Cosmo and Cal page, because right down there, check out the Ice Age gods. You dig what I'm talking about? Glacial maximums on you know what I mean? Breaking down exactly what this brother is saying. I just put the information out there. You dig what I'm talking about? So I don't back anybody's story. I keep it 100. I see what I see. I read what I read. What makes sense. And then I try to, you know what I mean, you know, make it make sense for myself. You dig what I'm saying? So
exactly.
We don't never have to bash another man for what he believes is true to get our point across, or nor do we got to bash him to allow to get his point across. You dig what I'm saying? And plus, what you saying is older than the stories we normally get. That's the damn part I'm saying. Most people don't know what you talking about, bro.
Yeah, which is sad. And so
we got this when we get this game 20-some years ago. Me and you probably was on that young, early 2090s. This is when we start really coming into this information. You know what I mean?
Right.
Pre 2000. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's coming more available.
Yeah. And the story makes more sense. So I could never turn a blind eye or a deaf ear to somebody who telling me something that's hitting me in my soul. Like, I don't know if I believe all of this, but dang, this is making sense.
Right.
You dig what I'm saying? So I would at least offer a kind ear, especially to somebody I know who a good person. I'm gonna listen to what he talking about. Like, yo, have you heard this? You think what I'm saying? It's some
Right.
it's some stuff, because it's a lot we don't know. It's a lot we don't know, and this is one of the oldest written mythic, historic, however you want to call it, tales. You dig what I'm talking about? So we getting down. No, let's back it up. Let's back it up. Let's back it up. Let's back it up just a little bit, because we're gonna get to the flood, right? We're gonna get to the flood.
All right.
But
Perfect.
Speak on the main character of the flood and his name and how he tied to the gods, if you could, please.
Yeah, for real. All right. So, like I was saying, the destruction of the human race began way before the flood. I show you guys one tablet. We were talking about he sent famine and plagues to the people. And I'm gonna provide another source for you guys, so that you guys know I'm not lying. For the brothers that are following the Bible. Atra-Hasis, tablet 3, page 34. It says, the warrior Elil spotted the boat. And this is the boat of Noah. This is basically what Noah survives, I think. It says, the warrior Elil spotted the boat and was furious with the Igigi. Quote, we, the great Anuna, all of us, agreed together on an oath. No form of life should have escaped. How did any man survive the catastrophe? There's a gap right there because there's no text. The text is missing. It says, Enki made his voice heard and spoke to the great gods. Quote, I did it in defiance of you. I made sure life was preserved. And this is basically when he saved his son, aka priest, the priest and king of Shurupak, Noah, Siusudra. But the whole point of what I wanted to bring this out is that the council of the gods agreed that they were gonna destroy humanity as a whole. There was nobody supposed to be left alive. That was the whole point of the council. But Enki went against it because he wanted to save his son, Noah. Now, when you guys read the book of Enoch, chapter 105, 1 through 6, it tells you that Methuselah was afraid because his son looked like one of the gods. It says that, like, wait a minute, my son don't look nothing like me. He looks like the son of the gods. And it explains what the gods look like. And so, my bad, it was Lamech, one of them two gods. They went to Noah to like inquire, like, why? No,
wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Hold on,
Did you just say?
Hold on.
The God that went and spoke to the Noah character in this tale, the God or the being that spoke to Noah was named Lamech.
My bad. I got it wrong. Hold on, my bad. Let me correct myself. Let's see. Let me read it for you guys.
Because I was about to say, bro, you just connected some stuff. I was about to.
All right. So, Enoch chapter 105 verse 1. It says, after a time, my son Methuselah took a wife for his son Lamech. She became pregnant by him and brought forth a child, the flesh of which was as white as snow and red as a rose, which the word red goes into the word Adamu or Adam. Dama, it's Hebrew word for to show blood in the flesh to turn rosy. That's the root word for the word Adam or Adamu. Anyway, it says, and the hair of whose head was white like wool and long, and whose eyes were beautiful. When he opened them, he illuminated all the house like the sun. The whole house abounded with light. And when he was taken from the hand of the midwife, opening also his mouth, he spoke to the Lord of righteousness. The Lamech, his father, was afraid of him, and flying away came to his own father Methuselah and said, I have begotten a son, unlike to other children. He is not human, but resembling of the offspring of the angels of heaven. Now, the Hebrew word of the angels of heaven is talking about the B'nai HaElohim. B'nai Elohim, which talks about the sons of God, which are those who came down from heaven, the fallen ones, right? Like the sons of the gods. It says, is of a different nature from ours, being altogether unlike unto us. So right there it tells you that that Noah's birth was really strange. Well, according to the tablets of the Sumerians, the memoirs of Enki shows you that because the memoirs of Enki are basically what Enki is is confessing all of it. He's letting it all out before they depart to their planet.
Yeah.
That's basically what he's saying. So he's telling you the truth of like what really went down in sequence of events. And that's why when he instructs his scribe, he tells the scribe, like, listen, do not miss a word that I'm saying. Write everything that I'm saying. Well, one of the things that he writes is that right there, that Noah was his son, and that's one of the reasons why he saved him. And so when we read the tablet of the Atra-Hasis 3, it says that that Enlil and the rest of the gods, the council of the gods, said, we, the great Anuna, all of us agreed together on an oath. No form of life should have escaped. How did any man survive the catastrophe? Because they saw a boat in the distance, and that was Noah. And that's what Enki confessed right there at the end. It's like, he's my son, you know, I did this and stuff and whatever. It is what it is, bro. What you gonna do about it?
he done survived already. He here
what
now.
You gonna do about it?
Yeah, he here now. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
So in the story of Noah, his father Lamesh, he says he comes out pale, glowing like one of the B'nai Elohim.
Now
like
the interesting story about the glowing part is that when you guys go into the Hebrew, the angels and the seraphim, when you go into the Hebrew, break it down, it goes into the shining ones, because the shining ones were basically like semi-reptilian gods, kind of like what the Anunnaki were. They were like semi-reptilian bipedal gods. They were still humanoids, but they kind of looked way different than us. We still have like the physiognomy of them, but they looked weird. I mean, they were fucking giant. First and foremost, these guys were like, I don't know, 10, 12, 15 footers, whatever the like. Some giant.
So I just asked this to a bunch of people who believe in the Bible. I asked, where does the giants on the earth come from? You know what I mean? Now, if I was to ask you that same question, where does the giants in the story of human history fit in, and how do we get them through the narrative of the Sumerian text? This would be the 7 tablets of creation, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you find the giants everywhere. But before we go into that, let me I want to read the tablets, the memoirs of Enki, tablet 13 and 14. If anybody's interested, you guys can write it down. It's called the tablets 13 and 14 of the memoirs of Enki. So this is what happened after the flood. Now, remember, I read earlier in Atra-Hasis tablet 3, where the gods, they say, like, wait a minute, didn't we make an oath that all life we're supposed to be wiped out and destroyed so that we can just leave the planet as we found them way back in times immemorial? Well, why is Noah alive? And so Enki says, like, why did it? We know that Enki, according to the memoirs of Enki, you guys read it. I can't cite it with you guys right now because I don't have it with me. But if you guys read it for yourselves, you guys are gonna read the 14 tablets. It's gonna take you an hour. You know, it's an hour well spent. Tablet 13 and 14, it says, Anu, elder leader of the Anunnaki, said, quote, while fates we decreed, the hand of destiny at every step directed, the will of the creator of all is. So this is Anu, this is the chief god of the Sumerian mythology of the pantheon of gods. Anu, elder, leader of the Anunnaki, said, quote, while fates we decreed, the hand of destiny at every step directed, because they genetically engineered human race. The will of the creator of all is on earth, and for the earthlings only, emissaries are we. So basically, Anu is saying, like, we're just emissaries on this planet, right? It says, the earth to the earthlings belong. To preserve and advance them, we were intended or destined. Whatever destiny for the earth and the earthlings, let it be so. If men, not Anunnaki, to inherit the earth is destined. If men, not Anunnaki, to inherit the earth is destined, let us destiny help. Give mankind knowledge, secrets of heaven and earth, teach them laws of justice and righteousness, teach them and depart and leave. And this was after the flood, when we read in the Atra-Hasis story that the gods were surprised that there was a survivor. It's like, how in the hell there's like a boat with a survivor? And so they decided that it's like, well, we got no choice but, you know, teach them laws. And now the boat was basically full of like all the genetic information that was saved so that they can jumpstart civilization again. And so the Anunnaki left, and they themselves say that they are not the gods, that the creator of all has some sort of special plan for the human race. If the human race is supposed to inherit the planet, well, let it be so. Let it happen on their own. And we see what's going on. We see that the Anunnaki, even though they're not here, this is the legacy that they left on this planet. This is their legacy that they left. These ideologies about God enslaving other people, this ideology about God saying that you are my chosen, but you are not. So therefore, you're supposed to be killed and slaughtered and enslaved and become a second-class citizen. That's exactly what happens with the Muslims. It's exactly what happened during the times of King Solomon, King David, and under the crown of the entire 12 tribes, when they began to oppress African nations, Canaanites, Egyptians, Moabites, Assyrians, so on and so forth. Like literally, they went around and slaughtered, committed genocide, rape, and murder. Deuteronomy chapter 20, verse 16 and 17 tells you the story about the commandment of Yahweh, aka Enlil, commanded the nation of Israel to go and slaughter the fathers, the mothers, and leave for yourselves the little girls and the children for yourselves. But that's the God that you guys follow. So this is exactly where I'm at right here. We find ourselves in a pivotal point where we begin to question, like, the reality of these gods. Are these gods, have they hijacked the entire human race with these ideologies of hatred and division against another one because they look different than you, because they believe different than you, because they don't behave and talk like you?
That's deep. That's deep. That's deep.
So that's why, you know, Enki decided to give a chance to his own creation. And that's why Noah, you know, was saved up, because Noah carried the bloodline of the gods. Noah carried the bloodline of the gods. This is why you read in the book of Enoch, chapter 89, verses 9 and 10. As a matter of fact, you guys can read the whole chapter, but verses 9 and 10. Enoch 89, verses 9 and 10 tells you that Noah beget sons that look different. It gives you the analogy of a white bull that beget a black bull, a red bull, and a white bull, right? And so, and the reason why that was given is because Noah had within his genetic genome, inside of his genome, he had all the expressions of the human race. So because he was literally like a superhuman being. As a matter of fact, in the story of the Epic of Gilgamesh tells you that Noah, he was literally like a supernatural, immortal being. The story of Gilgamesh, the Epic of Gilgamesh, tells you that Gilgamesh himself was a demigod, but he was not eternal. and so he wanted to go and find Noah, aka Ubnapishtim, to the ends of the earth, in some other place, who knows where, where he was supposed to find this special plant under the ocean, where when he ate it, he was gonna inherit, like, super upgrade his genome within a genetic makeup, and create an extra layer within the telomeres of the chromosomes, of the genome of the of the partly human of Gilgamesh, because Gilgamesh was partly human. So he wanted to upgrade the chromosomes, the telomeres. The telomeres are basically like a filament that protects the chromosomes at the end, because they're like the chromosomes, they look like an X. Right. So at the very end of the chromosomes, there's like a little filament that protects the ends of the chromosome. Well, that protection is what creates it's what age is, how you age. When that filament begins to wear out, you begin to age. Well, that plant right there that Gilgamesh was looking upgraded the human genome in order to like bypass the system, because that genetic was programmed way back in times immemorial, because in the Torah it says that humans were programmed to live 120 years. That's why the genomes are you can program the genes, you can program DNA, right? Literally, that's what geneticists are coming to the conclusion, that you can actually program DNA. You can upgrade
I listen. I swear, I totally get what you're saying, because it tells us that in Owaspy clearly that the generation of man can be moved up and down the ladder from currently at 33 down to 12, or as much as 88, or you can, or as much as 100 years in a generation. You dig what I'm saying? So men can live to these great ages, and the cool part about Owaspy, it tell you why it was done and when it was done, and by who the generation of men was there. Yeah,
tell us.
So
right.
You dig what I'm talking about? And this is happening crazily in what we would commonly call a golden era, or the very first time, or very first civilizations to be hitting the planet. You dig what I'm talking about? Just lining up with what you're saying. I don't turn nothing down. But if it sounds like some truth, I can pick some truth up out of it. You dig what I'm saying? So we have literally Gilgamesh, 3/4 God.
Yeah.
3/4 God. 1/4 of regular human being type, but then it don't say that Gilgamesh's father, who is named Lugalbanda, which means like big man, big king. You know what I mean? There is nothing about Lugalbanda when they tell you that he was anywhere near normal. This is a guy who had a son with a god. So imagine what his macking game was like. He pulled up on God like, yeah, hey girl. You dig what I'm talking about? He knocked God down. So Lugalbanda wasn't your regular type dude already. So imagine what his son was like. This is Gilgamesh. You know what I mean? He goes and meets the biblical Noah, Utnapishtim. He didn't. There's this whole story of Gilgamesh and Enkidu and slaying Humbaba and
you know the story.
yeah. It's listen, if y'all got time to read the Epic of Gilgamesh, please read it. You dig what I'm talking about? There's little parts missing, but it's a great story. And when you hear other things later, that light will click on, like, wait a minute, I heard that before. Yeah, I've heard that. Where did I? You dig what I'm talking about? It's the information, y'all. You dig what I'm talking about? that it is freeing. It releases fear. You see what I'm saying? It releases fear because now you know.
Yeah, the truth will set you free.
Yeah, you dig what I'm saying? So we got this guy, Gilgamesh. By the way, Gilgamesh is a giant. He wasn't the nicest guy either. Gilgamesh was a beast, as a matter of fact. So let's just get that out the way. He went and seen the Sumerian Noah, Utnapishtim. Utnapishtim tells him about a plant that can change his genetic structure. What does Gilgamesh do?
All right, I'm gonna read tablet Epic of Gilgamesh, tablet 6. It says, Gilgamesh spoke to him to Utnapishtim, the far distant. Quote, I look at you, Utnapishtim, and your limbs are no different. You are just like me. This is Gilgamesh talking to Noah. Now, when if Gilgamesh was a giant, and Gilgamesh is describing Noah, it's like, wait a minute, you look exactly like me. What was Gilgamesh? Gilgamesh was a demigod, partly human, just like Noah was a demigod, partly God, partly human. So it says, Gilgamesh spoke to him to Utnapishtim, the far distant. It said, quote, I look at you, Utnapishtim, aka Noah, and your limbs are no different. You're just like me. Indeed, you're not all different. You are just like me. Because I don't think he never met him. And when he met him, he's like, what the? I feel the urge to prove myself against you, to pick a fight, because Gilgamesh, he liked to fight. He had the urge to fight because he was like, he was a beast. He was a giant. He became friends with Enkidu, another beast. Like this was a creature of the forest. Let me reveal to you a closely guarded matter, Gilgamesh. This is Noah saying, and let me tell you the secret of the gods. It says, tablet 6, page 109. Shuruppak is a city that you yourself know, situated on the bank of the Euphrates. That city was already old when the gods within it decided that the great god should make a flood. There was Anu, their father, warrior, and Leo, their counselor. Ninurta was their chamberlain, and Nugi, their canal controller. Far-sighted Ea, aka Enki, swore on the oath of secrecy with them. So he repeated their speech to a reed hut. Quote, reed hut, brick wall. Listen, reed hut, and pay attention, brick wall. Men of Shuruppak, son of Ubara Tutu, dismantle your house, build a boat, leave possessions, search out living things, reject cattle, and save lives. Put aboard the seed. You see that? Put aboard the seed of all living things into the boat. See that? It didn't say put animals, it put the seed. Put the genetic material of all living things into the boat. Text missing. I realized and spoke to my master Enki. Quote, I have paid attention to the words that you spoke in this way, my master, and I shall act upon them. But how can I explain myself to the city, the men, and the elders? This is Noah. Enki made his voice heard and spoke. He said to me, his servant, you shall speak to them thus. I think that Enlil has rejected me, and so I cannot stay in your city, and I cannot set foot on Enlil's land again. I must go down to Apsu and stay with the master Ea. And this was kind of like the lie that was portrayed to the people, that the people would not freak out, because if they found out what the truth was, then everybody would start freaking out. So Noah basically pushed out a lie, saying like, listen, I'm gonna leave the city of Shuruppak because Noah, according to the story of Gilgamesh, was the king of Shuruppak. He was the king and the priest of Shuruppak. So imagine like a president leaving the country. It's like, well, you know what, guys? It's been such a great time to rule over you guys for 4 years. Peace out. I'm out. And just leave the country like that's kind of crazy, right? Well, Noah was doing that. That's why Enki said, just tell him that you're gonna leave because Enlil doesn't like you anymore. He wants to harm you, so just gonna leave and go to the Apsu. Now the Apsu, that's just like another story in itself. That's like another rabbit hole that we can go dive into. But I don't want to do that right now. You shall speak to them thus. I think that Enlil has rejected me, and so I cannot stay in your city, and I cannot set foot on Enlil's land again. I must go down to the Apsu and stay with my master Enki. Oh, there it is right there. What I was saying is that earlier when I talk about like how Gilgamesh was going to meet Noah, it says that Utnapishtim and the king of Uruk go on a hunt for the heralded plant of life, they called it. It says, find it, and Gilgamesh heads home via the sea with his prized plant. Given the symbols alluded to in the epic, those officially ascribed to Enki, Lord of the Waters, right? Why? Because again, it goes into why Enki was given the Apsu, because the Apsu it has three meanings. It can mean like the underworld, which goes into like the underworld worlds, so civilizations that live under the earth, right? And the Apsu can also means like the deep waters, which can also go into like what you guys call the Apkallu. The Apkallu were basically 7 sages that Enki genetically modified to live in the ocean, that you guys call the mermaids, or you guys call the mermaid civilizations. Well, Enki created beings called the Apkallu. The Apkallu were 7 sages that looked like fish. They could create metamorphoses. They can turn into humans and walk around bipedal, and they can when they go into the ocean, they can what would you call it, shape shift into like amphibians and go into the water. Now, what I'm saying, it might sound far-fetched, but even the book of Enoch talks about that the woman that the Nephilim chose as wives in those times, they turn into mermaids themselves. So I mean, which one do you want to believe? It's the same thing.
Listen, for me personally, I heard that story years ago, right? And even now, I'm not gonna say I'm the smartest guy ever, and I ain't that, you know what I mean? But I ain't the dullest knife in the drawer. And mermaids, till just recently, right, was so hard for me to. I could get vampires, I can get werewolves, I can get how that happens, but I couldn't wrap my mind around till just recently, in the last maybe 6 months or so, around actual living entities that live in the sea. You know what I mean? I couldn't wrap my mind around it. So I got to a point where I can comprehend it now. You know what I mean? And stories like that lend a little bit of insight and maybe a little understanding to, even if that's not what exactly happened, you know what I mean? Something like that happened, you know what I mean? Or it has maybe a little spiritual meaning we may be missing because we don't get it, because you know how language changes a little bit over time. Well, language changes a lot over time, but yeah, so they could be just telling us real things, you know what I mean? It in sort of allegory or story form.
Yeah.
Amazing. You know what I mean? That's why I always dug the Anunnaki gods. I call them the Anuna, because what I come to find out that Sitchin did mistranslate. There is no Sumerian word for Anunnaki or Anunnaki.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not even a Sumerian word. You dig what I'm
Right.
talking about? So the word for the gods would actually be Anuna, right? Like the
Yeah.
brother was saying, like the brother just said.
Yeah.
You dig what I'm talking about? The word in Sumerian would be Anuna. So I'm finding many correlations when you talk in these stories. You dig what I'm talking about? Is there any stories that can correlate us to Egypt in the time of like Osiris in this story? Or is there a way, or is there stories or in the mythos about places that could possibly be America?
Well, you have there was a Catholic priest in South America going back to the 1500s. The indigenous they know of a tunnel that goes underground in the Amazon that goes from North Chile all the way to the South Argentina. It's a big, massive tunnel system that goes in depth. But way back in the 1400s, 1960s, 1900s, they found like tablets, like golden tablets. Father, I forgot what his name.
Crespi.
Father Crespi. You know what I'm talking about, right? Well, Father Crespi found these Sumerian tablets with Sumerian cuneiform writings, and they were wondering what they were doing there. But the story goes even deeper because what's his name? The guy that was on the Apollo 11, or what was his name? Neil Armstrong. Even he was the one that made an expedition down there, because the legend goes that that's where they found, like, supposedly the real story of the creation of the human race in hieroglyphics, like in some sort of strange language. They found a massive library when they got out, when the explorers got out to like give word what was happening. The government didn't allow them, and they shut it all down, and the entrances were shut down, and the whole expedition was completely stopped. But I believe that in reality we don't know anything about the origins of the human race. We can go and read the Sumerians, and they can tell us a little bit about what happened, because again, like I said in the beginning, the Sumerians might be the original story, but you have the Akkadians that copy from the Sumerians, and the Assyrians copy from the Akkadians, the Babylonians copy from the Assyrians, and the Greeks and the Romans copy from themselves, and they created their own thing, and Christianity came about, and they flipped the whole system out. Now we're here. So in reality, the story of Gilgamesh, the story of the book of creation, and all those tablets, they tell you a more detailed story of what might happen, like you said. But even the stories of the Sumerians themselves say that they're basically a copy of ancient knowledge that goes way back times before that, way before even the flood. Even in the book of Jubilees, chapter 10, the book of Jubilees, chapter 9 and 10, tells you that when Noah came out, it says that their sons found the ancient tablets written in ancient language, in the language of the angels. Right. It says that it was written down in tablets of stone, which is basically what the Sumerian tablets are. They're clay stones written in cuneiform writing system that was given by the gods themselves. Well, Noah's sons began to adapt the ideology of those tablets that they found, and that's basically where they created the story again, and they pushed it out orally, oral tradition. And we know that sometimes oral traditions can be passed down wrongly as well. So it's kind of like, I read a lot of books, and then one of the passages that reminds me is Paul, when he said that we only see through a mirror, like through a dark glass. We only see through a dark glass. We're not seeing the reality of the whole thing. because these we're just limited on this planet. You know, the flesh is what limits us. This is the jail right here.
Yeah.
We are in jail right now. This is flesh is the jail. This is where we are housed in consciousness and spirit, the spark of the creators right here. But we're just beginning to remember. We are beginning to remember, but the problem is that I believe, this is just my personal belief, I believe that when humans reach a certain point in their human evolution and they cross a certain line, that's basically when the gods intervene and basically reset the whole system and begin again. That's why the flood existed. That's why there's cycles. That's why there's cycles on this planet. Because in reality, humans, you can wipe out humanity right now, and the earth will thrive without humanity. The earth will thrive 100 times better without humanity. So humans do not belong on this planet. Humans do not belong on this planet. This planet is just a school. Okay, the whole idea about procreate, multiply, and replenish the earth is so that the gods could have energetic form to feed themselves, because there's other forms of beings as well. They're not just physical. There's other beings that are energetic beings. You know, there's a spiritual world. This world is just the physical. There's another world that is more vast, more rich in life, more colorful than this world. And those are the thorough worlds, the thorough kingdoms that you guys talk about. They exist, and a lot of beings. There's a lot of beings that come from those realms. Some of them are not good. Some do. They do mean well. So you know, it's this planet is literally like a battle slash a college, a university, and that's the whole idea of the human race. And we have complicated this journey of the human experience. You know, this is just a human experience. It's just a glimpse. We're just here for a glimpse, and we're done. You know, and then what's next? So it's like we think too much of ourselves sometimes. We give too much importance to our knowledge, to our followers, to our following, to our titles, to who we think we are, and like we're really just flesh. We're carbon and hydrogen and elementals, and we are surviving at the expense of the four elementals, beings that exist on this planet: earth, fire, water, and air. It's right here. It's all inside of us. So in reality, you know, it's you know, it's been such a journey that I come to this point where I'm like, and now I understand why King Solomon said what he said when he said, like, all is vanity. All is vanity. Like, there's really nothing new under the sun. Like, what is there to learn but to like become self-conscious that you are just a spark of the God, the creator, the most high, the source, the one. We are just an expression of him, of her, or them, or the Elohim, or the Yam, or whatever name. You know what I'm saying? We're just an expression of them. You are an expression of the source. You are the expression. I'm another expression. Everybody's the expression. It's God expressing himself, herself through us, creation and the elements and destruction and creation, destruction and creation, destruction and creation. It's all there. Creation is taking place as we speak. Right now, the earth is creating. You know, it's getting ready for spring to bring forth. So it's like religion, books and Bibles and Sumerian tablets and Gnostic scrolls and the DSS and the Bible. It's all really like, you know, it's like the human experience is when you live it on your own without the books, without, you know, because I got a lot of books, you know, I'm a bookworm. But that's why I say, like, now I understand why King Solomon says, like, vanity of vanity. Everything's vanity. Everything's vanity.
So basically all texts are just like road signs on the highway to spirituality. You dig what I'm talking about? The true spirituality. You dig what I'm talking about?
Some are better than others.
Hints and little pointers, and you know what I mean. And I would believe that's the best way to learn all things, good and bad, and trust in the creator and the creator only, and you can't never go wrong. Do as much good as you can. Just literally do something for somebody else unselfishly, as much as you possibly can. Live to your highest knowledge or light or understanding of yourself to be, and treat yourself good. Try to eat the best diet that you can have, and try to eat the best diet. Eat the best diet, which is vegetarian. Some people go vegan. It is what it is. You dig what I'm talking about? It's a process to this thing. You dig what I'm talking about? And there's steps to it. And you dig what I'm saying? I would never tell nobody to just jump into it blind, because I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't. You dig what I'm talking about? I had the OSP 6 years before I stopped eating meat.
Whoa.
You dig what I'm talking about? So it's just really the last 4 years that I've stopped eating meat. You dig what I'm talking about? And people got to understand. You dig what I'm saying? And then I did that on the process. It's because I cut all the red meat out and then just ate fish and turned up the veggies, and then I just after time just went straight veg. It was easier to do because I wasn't tricking myself. I knew what I was gonna do. So you dig what I'm talking about? If somebody had some perch and it was fried, and I done ate meat all my life. You dig what I'm talking about? I came into this stuff later. You know what I mean? So that was a whole process. I had to wrap my mind and soul around that whole thing, but it's all for the good. You dig what I'm talking about? And I'm better for it today. I'll tell anybody that. I feel way better today. You know what I mean? So, you know, for anybody who would look into that or would take my advice, or you know what I mean, just understand that I ain't here to lie to you for no reason. It's the better way to go. It's logic. It's common sense, really. You dig what I'm talking about? Well, if you go to any what do you call those, trainers or anything, and you asking them, well, would it be better for me to go straight vegetarian or still eat meat? And 9 times out of 10, they're gonna tell you to go vegetarian. It's just better. It's easier on your body, and especially if you just losing weight and you're not like in a physical, you know what I mean, like a sport or something. You know what I mean? They wouldn't even advise it at all. They tell you to cut all red meat out. You know what I mean? 9 out of 10 of them. So, you know what I mean? Hey, what do you think it will take for our people, and that's good people? When I say that's who I'm talking about. I'm talking about good people, our people, right?
Yeah.
What is it going to take for our people to start loving on each other and start getting together and come up out these cities and go build our own places? What's it going to take in your mind?
Woo. Oh man, let me smoke some of it. Just give me a minute.
I'm blowing good.
Oh man.
This that cookie and melon egg.
My little pipe.
Like skunk died in here.
Oh. Woo. What's it gonna take?
Did you back it up one more time?
Oh man, yeah.
Okay.
What's it gonna take?
What's it gonna take, bro? What's it gonna take for us to really start getting this shit, bro? Like, there ain't no other way to do this but together. You know what
I'm
I
gonna
mean?
tell you. I'm gonna tell you the reality. It is possible to do it within the system, but we know that all the systems at bay, especially now that you have the World Economic Forum with Klaus Schwab moving in to take over the planet. As a matter of fact, my question to what's his name, Klaus Schwab, and everybody else that is part of that World Economic Forum, who chose you to rule over the people? That's my question to them. Second, the entire system of the planet is just the same. It's slowly but surely taking over the planet. Right now, this is why they want to get to Russia, because NATO has been trying to get NATO has been playing chess for the past 20 years against Russia, because they have been buying territory, landmass by forcing countries to subscribe to NATO. Now you have Ukraine is about to join NATO. If Ukraine joins NATO, it's literally World War III, brother. So what's it gonna take for our people? I mean, the entire human race right now, it's in the brink of in the brink of a shift, a massive paradigm shift right now. It took place during the pandemic two years ago. You know what I'm saying, with the quarantines and all that stuff. A lot of people woke up. A lot of information came out, so a lot of people know, they're aware. But my thing is that the entire human race, they're operating in the sacral chakra. I mean the root chakra, which deals with like emotions, hatred, genocide, division, passions, sexuality, hypersexualized society, and all that stuff. You see that on movies, you see that on rap music videos, you see that in reggaeton in countries. It's everywhere. This stuff is everywhere. So there's literally like a war against the human race like that, though. And what's it gonna take? I mean, shit. I can't say it in here, really. I'm not gonna say it in here. I will not say it in here. But what's it gonna take? Well, you guys know the story. I'm pretty sure you guys know in your hearts what's really going on the planet, and the injustice that takes place to indigenous tribes, to people of color, to even white folks as well, because white folks are being oppressed as well today, just like everybody else. So now we have a system of a bunch of I don't know what they are, whether or not they're humans or not. I don't understand, if they call themselves humans, why they hate humanity so much to the point that they're, creating these laws against the human race. And so what's it gonna take? It's like, where do I start? But where do I start? It's this is what I'm saying, that the only place where we're gonna be free is when we learn to tap into your own divinity. You are divine beings, right? Even Christ himself, like a lot of people read the Bibles, right? The kingdom of God is within you. Ye are gods that say your Torah, right? Psalms 86 and whatever the like. So if we are the creation of God, if we are the spark of God, that means that we are the children of God walking on this planet in a flesh form. We just have to remember now, right? And now, as we remember, imagine 1 million, 2 million people remembering their true origins of where they come from. Imagine the potential of how that could change society just by knowing the truth, right? And that's why it's important to like push out truth rather than lies. And this is why I left the entire Hebrew movement. This is why I don't rock with like a lot of people like I used to rock before. You guys would find me maybe like talking, going back and forth here and there, once in a while, but not like I used to do it before, because now I understand.
Going hard, bro.
Yeah, I was going. I was going really hard, bro. I had no mercy, bro. No mercy, just straight through, bro. But I stop all that hatred, all that division. It's just a waste of energy. We could be spending that time to heal ourselves first and foremost. How can we start? Well, one of the starting points is that once we heal the soul, the mind, heal the energetic self, right? Heal the mind, you know, to know the truth is to know thyself, and the truth will set you free. I mean, it's just simple things like that, but the indoctrination systems have brainwashed humanity for thousands of years. Now it's kind of like tough to you know, help them out because they don't want to get help themselves. They don't want help. And so my thing right now, as I understand it right now, we cannot change people. I used to kind of like, when I woke up and I began this path 2 years ago about awakening to the next level. I began to like, I wanted to change everybody. I wanted to share this knowledge, and I just wanted to push this out. But then this past year, I just went deep into like meditation and deep into like inner work. And I began to like get all this knowledge and wisdom about, you cannot save everybody. You cannot save everybody. As much as we want to save everybody, not everybody wants to be saved. And sadly, and it pains me to say that a lot of people that we want to save are not going to be saved. And when I say saved, I'm not talking about in the Christian sense, but like saved in the sense that they understand this knowledge that the gods of the Bible are basically lower entities, lords and gods with lower G cases. They're not the real creators. They're creators because they created life. They genetically modify genetic specimens on this planet, but they're not creators. Okay, the difference between an actual creator versus a creator is that the creator himself creates with frequency and essence. He speaks and he creates life. Then the Anunnaki, they have to grab something that was already created in order for them to genetically modify. They're still creators. They're still creators, but they're not the real creators, because the elder gods, the dudes, they speak and things come into existence like magic, because our words have power. Our words have power and frequency. That's how that's how we create magic. That's how magic is basically comes from you, right? That's why in the book of Proverbs says, the power of life and death is in the tongue, in the speech, and the frequency, and how you say it. This is why it's important to be careful how you speak to you guys yourselves and to each other. And this is, again, this is why I left the Black Hebrew Israelite movement, because once you go in there, it's all toxicity, it's all lower frequency.
Yeah,
frequency, man. It's pretty wild. Man. So I think that's how we change. That's how we begin to see change, by knowing our true origins. Know thyself, right? Begin to understand that you are a divine being. Don't see yourself as a black man, as a black woman, as a Chinese man, as a white man, as a Hispanic man, as a brown man, purple man, or green man, whatever labels. Do not see yourselves like that. That's like carnal mindedness. That's three-dimensional. See yourselves as spiritual beings. You know, there's rankings within the spiritual realms. Like a lot of us, you know, a lot of people have different rankings. We don't know who is who. So that's one of the reasons why I began to understand, like, having respect for other people, you know, and treating other people with respect, because you never know that person might be a higher ranking person in the thorough realms than you are.
Exactly.
You know,
Waspi say you could be a learned king on earth, and a guy could be a pauper. You dig what I'm talking about? Poor and broke, but he do all good with what he got. You dig what I'm talking about? And when y'all die, he's birthed in heaven. He is a giant spiritually. You dig what I'm talking about? Spiritually, he's on a whole nother level. So when you get sayings like the first should be last and the last should be first, that's not only in this world. That's a truthism. That's a foreverism. You see what I'm saying? So that I think the new conscious community, because that's what I would call what's this new synergy. You know what I mean? The no BS, you know, let's get to some solutions type energy. You dig what I'm talking about? It's not time for play anymore. You know what I mean? And I think, you know, that there is a major shift already happening. And if you ain't perceiving it, you already behind. You dig what I'm saying? So another question, you dig what I'm talking about? Being where you from, do you believe in the whole outer Africa theory and that everybody must be an African?
No, I do not believe out of Africa theory, you know, and I know a lot of people push that idea about Lucy being found in Africa, the oldest bones and whatnot. But if we really want to consider that, I mean, they're using carbon dating for that. We know carbon dating is off. So I go by what the Sumerians talk about. The Sumerians talk about they being the cradle of civilization, they being the first ones that created astronomy, mathematics, science, teaching, music, time, like everything that we have, it's because of them. All the writing systems go back to them. Akkadian system, Phoenician goes back to them. The hieroglyphs go back to them. As a matter of fact, the god Ptah was Enki himself, just a different name. So you know, the influence of Egypt, it was just like another establishment of the Sumerians later on. So
it would be that like Egypt is like a continuation of the Sumerian god lineage, or are they the same gods just in different times?
Well, not. I don't want to general. I don't want to be generic, but I'm just talking about Ptah, because there's other gods that we can trace being Sumerians themselves, but the pre-dynastic Egyptians, they follow a different gods. They follow the real gods that were walking amongst humanity. Like I think Ramamu was one of them, the ram god. That was the ancient Egyptian gods that were walking amongst the pre-dynastic Egypt. It was later on that you have the kings were kingship and priesthood was established by the gods themselves to like keep an eye on everybody in spiritual matters and political matters. That's why the priesthood and the kingship was established, so that the gods could like manage both sides of the story. So
without physically having to be there.
Exactly. So because the priests, even the Levites themselves, the word Lawoya on the Hebrew Levi, it means connected to God or close to God, because the Levites and the priests are the ones that basically had a close connection. They talked to the gods about the matters of the people, and so that's how they communicated. That's why Noah was a pre-social Rupak. You know, Abraham comes from the land of the Chaldeans, Ur of the Chaldeans, and the Chaldeans are basically where Summer and Eridu is. Eridu was the first city that the Sumerian gods created again after the flood. So Abraham comes from the Ur of the Chaldeans, and the Chaldeans were worshiping the Enlil and all the Mesopotamian gods, the ones that were in the Levant, in the so-called Middle East, because a lot of them fled to the east, to the Indus Valley, like you know, like the goddess Shakti, and Persia. They scattered abroad and they began their own little civilizations, their own little followers. They began their own little heroes, and they created their own little armies, and they put their own priesthoods and their kingship and lineage of kings everywhere, all throughout the globe. So to answer your question, so I don't really follow the logic of the out of Africa, but the Sumerian story kind of like points to that as well, because Enki went to South Africa, like, because Apsu can be also translated to like south of the land, which is south of like Sumeria, which is all the way south to South Africa, which is where we find like 400,000 year old nuclear plants in South Africa. I don't know if you guys researched that. If you guys go and
Adam's calendar is also down there too, and
exactly.
it's about 240,000 years old too.
There you go. There you go. Right there. So right there, it shows you that there was a civilization that was thriving 400,000 years, 200 plus thousand years ago, whatever. Look it up. I might be wrong, but there was a civilization thriving. In order for them to have a nuclear plant, like who had a nuclear plant 200,000 years ago? So that's the enigma that a lot of the scientists cannot explain. This is why a lot of this information is pushed aside as pseudo information, because it doesn't fit the ideology and the narrative that's being pushed out today. It doesn't fit. Like, why would you bring that out? Like, what are you gonna do? Rewrite the entire history books and give away and destroy the entire curriculum of the school system all over the world? I mean, it's gonna be very expensive, and it doesn't fit their narrative, and it's gonna go against their plans anyway. Because then people are gonna realize, like, wait a minute, we have been lied.
Yeah. Then it's a problem.
Yeah. So out of the Africa theory, I mean, that's the other side that I'm saying, that yeah, there's like evidence that there was civilization in South Africa predating everything else too. So it's like, it's kind of like both. It's both. To me, it's like both, because we know that Enki created many civilizations. He was a geneticist. I mean, these guys had knowledge of many things. In order for them to create a nuclear plant 400,000 years ago, tells you that these guys had some knowledge about technology that, even today, a lot of people are having a hard time with nuclear plants and whatnot. So I could be true, man. I don't know. I mean, anything's possible.
So there's a part in the I think it's in the Epic of Creation, where Enki goes from this launching pad, this launching place, wherever this is. He flies to a new land, right? That was because he went around the Abzu. He was looking for whatever he was looking for, and he couldn't find it where he was. So he went to this new land that he hadn't really searched through, I guess. And he builds this like laboratory for is it Ninti? One of the they call her the goddess of health. It's not Nihers. Is it Nihers?
Not Nanar, the goddess of the underworld.
No. It's a female. Enki built it. He built a lab. He built a lab where they did this genetic testing at, but it's in a different land.
I don't know what's up.
He built a lab, and I was gonna see if you could expound on that a little bit. You dig what I'm talking about? He built the what's the lady that formed him in the clay?
Ninma.
Ninma, right? He built a laboratory for Ninma to do these.
Oh, right, yeah. I got you, bro. I'll show you.
Because when I was reading the story, if you understand it, like my understanding was the same as yours, that the Absu was not only the waters and the underworld, but also South Africa, right?
Yeah.
That was my understanding. When he went west and found the land, I'm like, if he's not in Africa, then he has to be in America. And I think it's South America. And then we see these crazy communities built in the top of mountains like Pumapunku and Tiwanaku. And you dig what I'm talking about? We see this. It's just thinking of how you could have even got any of that stuff up them top of them mountains. I don't know how they did that. And then we see these places that are totally grown over, and we would never know they were there. They've been there thousands of years, totally grown over. We got Nazca lines that you can't even see till you in the air. You dig what I'm talking about? And the Book of the Law 1 says those are remnants of structures that were tall and high and built up on purpose. And what we're seeing now is the weathered down, beat down remnants. That's just the part in the ground, the outline. That's it. And they said they said it was supposed to be seen.
Yeah.
You dig what I'm talking about? So I thought that was interesting. So when he goes over there, you dig what I'm talking about? I always like to tie my country into it. You dig what I'm talking about? I love the Americas, you know what I mean? Shout out to everybody in the Americas.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? Your boy Cosmine, you know we gonna get back into it. And he builds this place. You dig what I'm talking about? To do all this genetic testing. Was it perfect? He built this place and did it come out like, and everything is fine? You know what I mean? He did this one time, man's perfect, we're off and running. Or how did this whole situation work? How did it?
Yeah, I like to answer with the tablet for the people, you know, just as evidence for the people that, you know,
That's how we do it over here. We show everything. We prove everything.
So just for in case people are gonna say like, oh, you know, these guys are not jobs, you know, they're just speaking out of their, you know, their butts or whatever, making stuff up as they go. Well, the evidence it's in the archaeological record, and I'm gonna show you in a minute regarding the question the brother was bringing out. Let me see if I can find it. See, where's that? Let me see. That. I think I had it, man. I lost it. Yeah, I want to show you guys an actual tablet. I'm close.
Yeah, let's show the screen real quick with y'all.
Oh, I found it. So yeah, like I said, you know, I've been saying that when you have the Sumerian Council of Creation, let us create men in our image, after our likeness. That was the geneticist Enki, the geneticist Ninhursag, aka Ninma, the mother of life. And then you have Ningishita as well, another geneticist. These guys were the ones in charge of the geneticist program to create a slave force of humans so that they could do the bidding of the Anunnaki or the Anunna. So let me read this real quick. It says to create a less intelligent humanoid, one who is smart enough to take instructions, but at the same time ignorant and subservient enough not to challenge his maker. To achieve this, they realized that cloning their own species was not going to do the trick, as it would give the offspring an equal genetic capacity to themselves. So they didn't want to basically like have children, you know, and basically have a straight lineage of humans going back to the gods, even though they did later on with Noah, Gilgamesh. You know, they messed up at the end anyway. It says the obvious answer to the problem was to cross their own more evolved DNA with that of the Homo erectus. As Homo erectus was a resident species here on Earth, although the Anunnaki did possess enough knowledge of genetics to clone a number of possible beings, it says it's much clearer now that they probably also had to switch off or to disconnect some of the important genes in the proposed slave species in order to prevent certain advanced characteristics, because that's exactly what happened. In Book of Genesis, it says that the creation became like the gods. In the Book of Genesis, I think is I forgot what chapter, but you guys know what I'm talking about, right? It says they describe the Homo erectus as, quote, among the animals of the steppe they live, they know not dressing in garments, text missing, shaggy with hair is their whole body, meaning they were hairy. The Homo erectus were like, they look hairy. And
quick
they
question:
had,
could you give the book and chapter, book chapter and verse for us real quick?
yeah, it's Slave Species of the Gods, page 258. It's basically like a cylinder. I'll show it to you guys in a minute. I'll show you guys in a minute. It's basically, that's like a cylinder. That's like a depiction of the actual cylinder that comes from the Sumerian tablets. And that right there is Ninhursag, Ningishita, Enki, and Ninhursag, aka Ninma, right? That's they're holding their creation, and they'll see those tubes right there. That tube right there, it means Eden, Eden, Eden. That's a cuneiform writing for the Garden of Eden. Yeah, because when you go, as a matter of fact, let me show you.
You know, you just showed us in the Sumerian cuneiform the same form.
Yeah, that's one.
Form.
Yeah, it's close. It's close
upwards.
Well, this is the other one right here. You see that?
Yeah.
That's the.
Yeah.
That's the word. That's the word Eden in cuneiform writing system. But pay attention to the little jar right there. Right, the little jar right there. It basically like it symbolizes the jars that geneticists use to like mix their genetic material and all that stuff, which is exactly what you guys see right there. You see that? That right there. So
because they show working with some pots and some beakers, they doing some type of science. You dig what I'm saying?
It's gonna tell you
he's working.
It's gonna tell you in the text right here. It says, among the animals of the steppe they live, they know not dressing in garments, ... text missing, shaggy with hair is their whole body. No creature like that has ever in Eden been seen. So they had no creatures in the so-called Garden of Eden. There was no creatures like that, right? So they grabbed them and they began to experiment. And it says, then they tell us exactly what the purpose of the new creature will be. And this is what the purpose of the genetic experimentation was to the Homo erectus. It says, quote, a primitive worker shall be created. Text missing. Our commands will he understand. Text missing. Our tools he will handle. Text missing. The toil in the excavations he shall perform. End of text. It says, and it says right here that there are a number of lamentations about their despair as they fail on several attempts to create the primitive worker. Quote, we must try once more. Text missing. The admixture needs adjusting. Text missing. In the crystal bowl, the oval of an earth female she inseminated. There was conception. Text missing. These one more in the likeness of the Anunnaki was. End quote. Quote, again and again, Ninma rearranged the admixtures. See that? And that's basically what ends the quote. So that's the depiction that is talking about right there when they're mixing the genetic in crystal balls to like begin to like experiment with genetic clones and stuff. And that's what they were doing. It's just that's just a depiction, you know. And the
so
thing
they were
about
making whole living beings.
they were creating clones. Exactly what humans are doing today. Humans are basically the reflection of their creators. You know, the Anunnaki were creating clones. Humans are creating clones. You know, and so that's why like a lot of humans are becoming like gods to a lot of people. You know, same thing like the Anunnaki. The Anunnaki created genetically genetically modified Homo erectus way back in times immemorial, according to the Sumerians. You know, this is just according to the Sumerians. Whether you guys want to believe it or not, you know, it's really, it's not up to me, but that's what the text says. If we want to compare the Bible versus the original story, which is the Sumerian tablets, I would go by the Sumerians and what the Sumerians say rather than what the Bible has scribed by the scribes themselves to lie to everybody about our narrative that wasn't even, it's not even true. So it's half lies. It's mostly lies because, you know, it's pretty wild, but
it lies in mistellings of retellings. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, some of that stuff, I think it was so mixed up by even the time that they got it, they just rewrote the lie. You see what I'm saying? It was so mixed up by the time it got in the Bible. By the time Ezra wrote it down, he didn't know what the hell he was doing. He just tried to make it make sense. And just write it down how it is. You know what I mean? So yeah, them stories were so old by then. You know what I mean? By
the time the Hebrews came in, right? By the time the Hebrews came in, because we got to understand that the Hebrews were in Egypt. So if the Hebrews were in Egypt, they were learning a lot of Egyptian iconography. They were learning a lot of Egyptian lore. As a matter of fact, Joseph married one of the daughters of the lineage of the priest of Egypt. So a lot of the things that Joseph learned, he learned a lot of mystery school, kind of like Moses learned a lot of mystery school from the priesthood of Isis in Egypt, while he was an Egyptian as well. So a lot of the stories were mixed up with Egyptian lore and Egyptian laws, and everything got mixed up as like the laws in the book of Leviticus about the slaves and how you were supposed to treat the slaves. That's basically found in the Hammurabi tablets, but the Hammurabi tablets predate, they copied from predated tablets that predated them for thousands of years. So all those laws were being passed down for generations, sometimes orally, first and foremost, and then they were written down, like in the case of the Hebrews, when they wrote it down, supposedly in Mount Sinai, where Yahweh gave them the statutes and commandments, when in fact it's just there were Sumerian tablets that were passed down by people. Maybe they learned it, they brought it from Mesopotamia, who knows? But
I've always thought that, you dig what I'm saying? Egypt didn't pop up out of anywhere. It came already with an explained mythos. You dig what I'm saying? So it didn't come with its own gods, with its own story, doing its own thing. It was living a borrowed story, a older tale. You know what I mean? Just retold from the Egyptian point of view. You dig what I'm talking about? So when he's saying that these gods are not only very similar in nature, that they may very be this exact same God, because we find the same deity just by the name that the people in that local area call it, doing the same thing everywhere. Baal does the same thing Shamash does.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Does the same thing that Horus does. Does the same thing as Apollo. You see what I'm saying? So when you start looking at the narratives and the overall ideas of these gods, these beings, these deities. You dig what I'm talking about? You can start connecting the ancient histories through the behavior. You dig what I'm talking about? Shouldn't what a thing is prove what it is? You know what I mean? So you know, you can't prove this is no apple tree and it's got a whole bunch of oranges hanging off of it. It's got the a thing must prove what it is. You see what I'm saying? So it's some truth to this tale. I've known this story. You dig what I'm talking about? And I did get in a kick out of, you know, putting things together. You dig what I'm saying? Because another point that was just brought out. Shout out to Selah Shalom too. He brought this out.
Selah Shalom, what's up, brother? Hey,
Selah Shalom, and he brought this out.
See you around, man.
The Sumerian calendar, the 432,000, what they call Yuga. You dig what I'm saying? If you back it up and explain it on WASPy, there are eras and seasons for man to exist, right? And we are in the basically in the last a 4.7 million span of time is cut into 7 or 8 sections called of 576,000 years, right? We are in the 7th 576,000 year period in the 23rd trip around our sun around its sun in the one big trip around the galactic center. So we all moving. You dig what I'm talking about? So I always, when they came with the 432,000 year span of time to be here, it fell exactly when you use the timetables of prophecy on the last time, not this age of man, not me and your version of creation of man in the 7th house or the 7th garden, but in the 6th garden, a whole different version of man. You see what I'm saying? So and then it fell right on the inhabitable time, the time that he a bipedal hominid would have been popping up on the planet. Because like you said, they see the seasons and the cycles. They already know how the sauce is cooking. You know what I mean? They know, put a little paprika in it. You did what I'm talking about? Oh no, all that need is a little brown sugar. You see what I'm saying? They already know the sauces and seasonings, and they work in that thing. And there are absolute times in prophecy and cosmogony. Absolute by math. You dig what I'm talking about? So, and you can track these things back, right? And it's right smack dead at the time man would have been created in the last inhabitable age. Not this one, the last one, 432,000 years ago. Exactly. Now we go in, we cut that 576,000 year period into 4 sections of 144,000. You see what I'm saying? So in that garden, that 576,000 year period, there's a 144,000 year period where man is it is possible for man to inhabit the planet. After his 144,000 years, he'll go extinct, and then the process starts all over again. Right? Boom. We are halfway through the inhabitable age now. This is why it's called cosmon, balance. You did what I'm talking about? Yeah,
right.
It means balance, and we halfway through the inhabitable age. So remember, we're counting these 144,000 year periods, right? The Kali Yuga used one less 144,000 period, which is 432,000 right back. And if you go use the timetable back, it lands you exactly where we are today, just in the other inhabitable age, in the 6th inhabitable age. We are currently in the 7th. You dig what I'm talking about? So when the numbers get to flying, you dig what I'm talking about? I'm listening. I'm like, oh, okay, they on point. You dig what I'm talking about? And I had peeped that up. I didn't know nothing about the timetables prophecy till the last 10 years or so. You dig what I'm talking about? But before that, the numbers was so great, it didn't sound feasible. You know what I mean? And then I come to an understanding that I like to share with anybody who read in any of the Sumerian texts, any of it. You dig what I'm talking about? Especially when you're dealing with these great dates, these great periods of time. You know what I mean? Because they'll tell you one ruler ruled 28,000 years, right? I don't. We know that's really not logical. So, is there a spiritual meaning to what they're saying, or could they be telling you a different thing and we're just mistranslating it, like Sitchin did with Anunnaki, instead of being Anuna? If you take 28,000 years, right, and you take the years and then you transfer them into days and then extrapolate, you'll get a more logical rulership for these Sumerian kings or gods. You dig what I'm saying? So like if I'm not mistaken, 28,000 days is something like 32 years or something like that, or 27 years. So which is still would be a long reign. You dig what I'm talking about? For anybody to sit the throne 50, 60 years, 70 years sometimes, that would be massive reigns. So if you want to look into that, just convert the years into days, and then use common sense, what science tell you about putting in the proper time frame. You dig what I'm talking about? And then you extrapolate from there, you'll see it makes much more sense. It goes right along with the current timeline of 45 to 5,000 BC. It correlates perfectly with it, leading right all the way up to Akkad. You know what I mean? It don't leave nothing out, man. So I always like the Sumer, man. And
I got a different opinion on that, and the reason why I believe that it's actually talking about literally 28,000 years of reign, because we're talking about these gods. These dudes were not regular humans. They were the ancient gods that were here prior to Enlil was even here. This is the timeline where Ululu was here, right? Ululu was the one that came here, and then obviously I didn't finish the story, but Ululu was he was kicked out from planet Earth because planet Earth was supposed to be his, because he's the one that discovered it. His name was on it. But Enki came in, and obviously they knew that he was a runaway from the kingdom, from the old kingdom, the old bloodlines. So they didn't kill him, or they didn't do anything to him. So Enki allowed for him to leave the planet, and then according to the mythology, he went to Mars, and he went to Mars along with the Igigi. The Igigi came along with Ululu, right? The Igigi will be what you guys call the Watchers. So the Watchers went to Mars along with Ululu, and they created a civilization there, thriving, beautiful civilization. It was later on when Enlil came in, on the planet, and he had sons, Nirgal and Ninurta. Nirgal, I think Nirgal was the one that went to war, if I'm not mistaken. Ninurta went to war and went and persecuted Ululu, because Ululu was the last surviving bloodline of the Ululites, the original bloodline of the rulers of Nibiru, or the planet of the crossings. So Enlil's one of the Enlil's children went to war against Ululu, and they went to war, a nuclear war on the entire planet, right? And supposedly this is why, you know, the entire planet is the way it is, because back in ancient times there was oceans, supposedly. You know, you can see the water, the erosion of the mountains, and you can see how water was running through the plain field of Mars. And you know, civilizations that supposedly pyramids that are in Sidon, and many other places in Mars. But one of the greatest mysteries is the face of Mars, because in the story of the memoirs of Enki tells you that that tells you the truth, that when Ninurta destroyed the civilization of Ululu, along with some of the Igigi, he destroyed all of it with a nuclear bomb all the way across, and that's where Ululu lied, the last original heir to the throne. And in remembrance to him, I think Enki and Ninhursag, they were basically the good guys, wanted to memorialize him, and they created this face on Mars, and that's basically where it is, where you guys find it. That's to remind you that Ululu was the first god that discovered this planet, right? So now, why do I say that the Sumerian Kings list is an actual literal 28,000 years, 10,000 years? Is because there's 147 kings. If what a lot of people are saying, that these numbers are not real, that it's talking about actual years, well, I'm gonna give you an example, right? I'm gonna give you the second dynasty of Ur. You have one ruler called Nani. Nani ruled 120 years. The next king is Meshki-Ang Nana the second, which is the son of Ani. He ruled for 48 years. And then if we go down, you know, then you begin to see, for example, Basi, aka the leather worker, he ruled for 30 years. And then go down, Sharumetir, he ruled for 9 years. Then keep going all the way down to the dynasty of Ashak. You have Urur, he ruled 6 years. Let's see, 25 years. So right there you see like for example, Urgigir from the fourth dynasty of Uruk, he ruled 6 years. So when we talk about the king's list, we're only talking about the eight pre-flood kings, because there's the other kings that preceded them, but then there is the pre-flood kings that are the ones that are in question right here, because their rulership is in reference to shars, and one shar is equal to 3,600 years of their time. So for us, 3,600 years is 3,600 years. For them, 3,600 years is like a year for them. So there's no equivalent. It's just completely different. They live in a different timeline. There's like a different time zone in the universe, on the galaxy. Kind of like when you guys see in the United States, the East Coast, the West Coast, they have different time zones. So the gods, you know, they lived long. They had long longevities. You know, if they were the creators, I would think that they would live like thousands of years. I don't know. That's my take on that.
Yeah, you know, I mean, that makes sense too. You dig what I'm talking about? I wouldn't debate you on it, because you're probably right. You know what I mean? Let's see. I'm gonna put the I'm gonna hit the I'm gonna put the link in the chat. You dig what I'm talking about? You cool to take any questions? Anybody got any questions? You dig what I'm talking about?
For sure, man. I can answer any questions if anybody want to ask me any questions too.
Yeah. He said, okay. Let me see. Y'all got any questions? Drop them in the chat. Let me see.
Oh,
okay,
and before we
go one right here.
Yeah.
From Fire Talk Radio.
Yeah, before we move to that question, let me just show you this tablet right here.
Yeah.
This tablet right here. I don't know if you can see it. Let me see. I don't know. Can you? If you see it,
scoot it over a little bit.
Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if we can do this.
What's the name of it?
I'll show you in a minute, but I just want to show you first. So that's a tablet right there, right? I'm gonna show you what it says. Oh, yeah. Do you see it or no? Oh,
I'm trying to blow it up right now. Let me see.
All right. Let me show it to everybody right there, because I'm gonna read what it says.
Yeah.
Right?
It look a little better now.
All right. Well, I'm gonna read what it says, right? Concerning whether or not those oh shit.
I think his phone died. See if he come back through. Dig what I'm talking about. If y'all getting a little something out this, man, hit me with a 1 in the chat, man. Let your boy Cosmo know you still rocking with me, man. Hit me with a 1 in the chat, man. We gonna turn up some vibes in this thing. You dig what I'm talking about? Run the rhythm. Run the band. Let that thing slang for a minute. You dig what I'm talking about? Come back through. If you tap on in. Got going on up in the chat real quick. Hey. Created gang is in the house, man. Peace to all the righteous gods and Nirvana gods. Always is your host with the most, burning like toast. Cosmo and Cal right back at it. Listen, we got the intuitive gold in the house. Global purpose. Got the intuitive gold. Global purpose in the house. brother asks, Cosmo and Cal TV, comparisons to the Enuma Elish and the Owaspy. There is no comparison. Honestly, I find some things, hella intriguing and insightful, and giving what I believe is the telling of these, stories of these spiritual guys building up their religions and their doctrines here on earth. I think Owaspy smashes the Anuna gods into pieces and tears it apart and tells you who wins, what's. So, as in comparison, there is no comparison. Owaspy is got the most light on it in the earth. There ain't no comparison. But I can see where instances of lightness are being exposed, and they're really being told with spiritual meanings behind them. They're not literal. You know what I mean? That's where a lot of us get in trouble. We're looking at this thing literal, and it actually has a spiritual meaning behind the thing. So you can see certain themes in things. You dig what I'm talking about? Like we easily picked up on the a certain type of angelic being coming down, mating with man. We see the theme of a flood, a theme of only a certain people lived after this flood. You see what I'm saying? We can see commonalities in the text, especially with the biblical text and the Enuma Elish. But once you find out, the crazy part is the Elohim of the Bible are the authors of the Enuma Elish. (2853 BC), one of the Elohim, the host of Anu, right? Yeah. He wrote the story of the Enuma Elish, the same story he got in the Bible. Same story all religion got, for the most part. It's either Anu's tale or the egg tale, which is Anu's tale too, just told through Buddha or Brahma. Ain't no comparison. You dig what I'm talking about? Owaspy not believe in nothing. Owaspy don't believe shit. It go out and show you like, this is what this is. This is this. So when you see this, you can start to look for this. And so if that's there, that proves that this is real. Objective truth, no subjective nothing. But I'm allowed or given the ability to look at a certain thing and dissect it and pick the line of truth up out of it. I can push all the rest to the side. What's the saying? Eat the fruit, spit out the seeds. Yeah. I would also, what I'm saying is I don't think man's smart enough to even make a story that good. That's what I'm really saying. Man ain't smart enough to make that shit up. 4,500 BC. Nah. You dig what I'm talking about? He wasn't making that up. I'm pretty sure he still had issues with megafauna on the planet. So you dig what I'm talking about? I don't think he had time to sit down and make up no stories. Something happened. You know what I mean? Now, in a way of extraterrestrial genetics being applied to the early hominids, what can I say? The shit is the truth. So if they told you everywhere that happened, and there ain't a religion that didn't happen in. None of them. You dig what I'm talking about? So, you know, it's not hard to believe. You know what I mean? And then, like I said, when you understand creation and how creator do it, you dig what I'm talking about? Then it's even more marvelous. But nonetheless, this is what you would call angelic interaction, alien interaction, whatever. You know what I mean? On that, honestly, it's basically saying the same thing that what happened in Owaspy. Okay, hold on. I think I got the Watchman back. Let me add the Watchman here. Okay, you back, bro?
Yeah.
Phone died.
Yeah, it died on me, bro. I apologize, but I wanted to show you guys before we move on to the questions about the question that the brother was addressing, right? As far as whether or not
you want to answer the do me a question. Do me a quick question before you get to that one. Answer this one right here. Well, actually, no. That you right. Let's go to the question you want to answer. Go ahead, brother.
Oh yeah. So I just wanted to address what you said earlier, that a lot of people do not believe that the King's List, especially like the pre-antediluvian kings, many people don't believe that it was literal timelines as far as their time of rulership. But right here, this is an actual tablet. I'm gonna read it to you guys. This is an actual tablet. That's the tablet right there. That's the actual translation. Obviously, you have this corner right here. It's missing. There's missing text right there, but it is what it is. And then you have that text. It says, Num lugal anta ede aba, eriduki nam lugalla, eriduki alulim lugal mu iniag alalgar muniag lugal, which means rulership which from heaven descended. At Eridu, rulership began. At Eridu, Alulim was king. He ruled 800 years. Alagar ruled 3,600 years, 2 kings. So that's the tablet that talks about like the actual rulership. So, you know, saying that the tablet, the King's List is like an actual date.
That's what's up. Fire Talk Radio says, Cosmon Cal TV, I know he used to claim being an Israelite. Well, he kind of talked about that. But he says, can you ask him in his research how different are the two stories compared, being that the Enuma Elish and the Bible? Go ahead, brother.
Well, like I was saying, let me answer these with this real quick. Let me see. I want to answer it with like an actual tablet to tell you guys the beginning of the story. So,
work your shit, bro. Okay, you dig what I'm talking about? Show them what's up, because if the similarities is there, they're there.
Yeah, they're there for a reason, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, give me a minute. Let's see, where are we? We're almost there. All right. For Fire Talk Radio Podcast, thanks for being here, brother. I'm gonna answer your question. In order to understand the whole thing, right? I invite, right? I don't want to command nobody here, but I invite everybody to be open-minded to the information. Now, the way to start this research is to go back to the beginning of this whole concept, right? The story, the original story, it's called the Eridu Genesis. That's the Sumerian epic of creation. And let me see. I'm gonna show it to you guys. I'll show it to you.
You know your camera off, bro?
Yeah, hold on.
Okay.
All right, let me see. Oh, it's called it's called the earliest record, the earliest record of Sumerian creation myth, called the Eridogenesis. So if you guys want to research, begin by researching the Eridogenesis. Now, the reason why I brought this out is because the Eridogenesis is basically what the Akkadians copied from. And then later on, the Assyrians copied from the Akkadians. And then later on, the Babylonians copied from the Assyrians, and so on and so forth. So the story changed over time. So, for example, the story of Gilgamesh versus the story of Atra-Hasis versus the seven tablets of creation, or others, they're telling you the same story, but minor details are changed because civilizations change. Like I said, the Akkadians copied from the Sumerians, the Assyrians from the Akkadians, the Babylonians from the Assyrians, the Greeks from the Babylonians and Egyptians, and then the Romans from everybody else. So, and the story got watered down over the years, over thousands of years, as governments rose up. Like the story, the Bible that people have today is like the most watered down book on the planet. Like there's a lot of stuff that is not even there, that, if it was there, it would make more sense. But because it doesn't, a lot of books are missing, the story doesn't even make sense. So that's why you got to go back to the beginning. The Eridogenesis, or the Sumerian creation myth, the Eridogenesis, that's the beginning, and that's the original story. But later on, the other civilizations, the story got passed down orally and got changed, and so everything got messed up. So this is why, like, I'm saying, like, not even the Sumerians have it like completely right, but at least they have like more details of what really happened and what went down in the book of Genesis in the Bible, because the Bible doesn't really say anything. But you study the tablets, like I said, study the Eridu of Genesis first, and then move your way around the other ones so that you guys can understand the context. Because once you get to Babylon, the god of Babylon is Marduk. Marduk was the first son of Enki. Now, obviously, we know that the story, like, there was like a clash between Enlil and Enki way back in the day. Marduk was upset with Enki, his father, because he knew that he could, dethrone Enlil, because Enlil was the one that came to this planet to destroy civilizations way back in the day, with plagues and famine and genocide and murder and floods and all that stuff, right? And and Enki was the one that fled to the Apsu, and so Marduk always saw his father like you didn't fight back, So back in the day, prior to Babylon, there was a fight between Marduk. Marduk challenged the reign of Enlil, and so they went into a battle, a battle of death, and Enlil got defeated, and that's basically when Babylon rose up into power and enslaved the followers of Enlil, which were the Israelites that were living in Jerusalem under the king of Judah, right? And a lot of the Judeans were sent away captives to Babylon to be enslaved under the god Marduk, as a vengeance for Enlil, because the Israelites were following Enlil, aka Yahweh. So that's how it happened. And so by the time we get to the Babylonians, the story changes, because now the story gets rewritten again from there on. Why? Because Marduk took power, took over the throne, and so now he called himself the chief god above all the other gods of the Anunnaki. Why? Because he went to war and came out victorious and defeated Enlil and took over the age. And that's basically when Babylon began to be in power and all that stuff. And that's why Marduk takes vengeance against Enlil and his followers, the Israelites, which were following Enlil, just to like avenge his father, because his father, was kicked out from the Eden, so the so-called Garden of Eden, and civilization were destroyed and all that stuff. So that's why the story changes. So that's why I suggest to like study them all. Like, don't always get stuck on a book, bro. You guys gotta navigate the water. That's what I call it.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. You dig what I'm talking about? Oh, as a matter of fact, here come my brother on the line right here. And my
Cool.
brother to the line real quick.
Facts.
Down Yehuda.
Shalom, shalom. How you brothers doing tonight?
Man, peace, King. Man, what's good with you?
Pretty
Not
good, bro.
much. Hey, man, peace to the panel, peace to the chat. Hey, very
That's
interesting
right there,
conversation.
right? Fire talk, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that y'all sub, like, share onto my boy Fire Talk radio podcast. You dig what I'm talking about on YouTube? You dig what I'm talking about? What you got popping tonight, homie?
Not much, man. I was actually just relaxing. I seen that you was on live, so I jumped in. I kind of came in at the middle, but the topic was very interesting, so I wanted to just see what y'all was saying. Pick the brain of the brother that was on here. I'm kind of familiar with Ancient Watchman from back in the day. That's why I said that. I know that he used to somewhat claim Israelite understanding a couple years ago or so. So I guess I really wanted to know, like, in his studies, what was the turning point or the pivot for him from actually coming from that frame of thought and understanding to where you're currently at now? Like, what was that moment that stuck out to you to where you was like, there's a deeper understanding going on?
Yeah, man, that's a beautiful question, man. Hey, shalom, man. Peace out. Peace to you and your family.
Thank you.
And everybody else watching.
Bro.
Thank you for being here, everybody, and giving me a chance to speak my mind without judgment. But what was the turning point for me? I think the turning point for me was 2 years ago when I went into battle mode, like completely against the camps, and I began pushing out the doctrine of Canaan. Now, when you guys study the doctrine of Canaan, you guys are gonna find out that Noah was given the ability to curse a certain bloodline of people, one of the sons of Ham, which was Canaan, right? To be the lowest of all the slaves on the planet. So then I began to think about it. I'm like, wait a minute. I was pushing this doctrine out, against the One West camps, the BHI,
Right.
because, a lot of the doctrines that were pushing out against Hispanics and natives, I didn't agree with a lot of stuff. I still don't agree with a lot of the teachings that they push out. But regardless, the turning point was that I began to question the book, because the book, it seems to have some sort of hatred against African nations. And me, before coming into the camps, I was always cool with like African American brothers and sisters. I never had any animosity against them. It was until I came into the Black Hebrew Israelites that they made me like be divided, because you belong to this camp. It's like cliques. Every camp is a clique. Like GMS, they hate IUIC with their guts. Yet they claim that they love God. You know what I'm saying? Like, thou shalt love your brother like yourself. Like, wait a minute, you guys are cursing your own brothers and sisters. Like all that stuff it just make me think. And I stepped back a little bit. I'm like, why are we preaching to the entire nation, the God's creation, that they're gonna be in slaves and that we're gonna whipping like we got whipped and whatever? And why are we paying back? So I began to think about the vibration of this God and how this God has been pushing this ideology of hatred and division and genocide. One of the greatest example is in the book of Deuteronomy chapter 20 verse 16 and 17. You guys can read the whole chapter, but the whole point is that in that chapter right there, Enlil, aka Yahweh, commands his followers to go and slaughter the bloodlines of the Canaanites, old men, women, children, cattle, everybody was supposed to be wiped out. And so I think about like, okay, well, if my God is commanding me to go and kill and slave and commit genocide without thinking, without heart, what kind of God am I following? So then I began to, I've always questioned the deeds of the God of the Old Testament. I've always questioned that since I was a Christian. That was like, to me, that was one of the things that made me question the book, because in one instance, God is a loving God, but at the same time, he sends a flood and destroys his own creation. So to me, that didn't even make sense. So that's when I dig into the Sumerian tablets and began to like make a difference between who was who in the story and mythology, and I began to see the difference and began to discern, right? Because knowledge leads us to discernment. So knowledge is power. If we don't got knowledge, we're gonna die. That's what basically what it says. So that's kind of what it led me to like step back and be like, okay, who am I following? Am I following a demon that demands for me that in order for me to show my devotion, my obedience, and my love for this God is for me to shed blood, innocent blood that I don't even know what they committed? What was their sin? The children, the Canaanite children, what was their sin? Right? Obviously, you know, a lot of brothers are gonna say, well, that's talking about the Amorite sin, brother. 400 years of the Amorite sins. Well, what is that talking about also? A lot of these brothers don't even have answers to the questions I've been asking. And so, you know, I began to question a lot of the character of the God of the Old Testament. And when you really like read subjectively about the commands and the story and how the story of the Israelites begins to take place from Egypt all the way down to the Levant, Canaan, and all that stuff, you begin to see like a trail of blood, slavery, genocide. If you wanted a girl that you liked, you went to war, just kill the parents. According to the Torah, chapter 21 of Deuteronomy, Torah says that you can kill their parents and take that woman with you and keep her in your house, shave her head, cut her nails, let her weep for a month, and then after that you can go on to her, meaning you can have sex with her. That's basically what God was commanded to his followers. So then I began to question a lot of the shit, a lot of it, not just that. That's just one minor aspect. So that kind of like upset. As a matter of fact, I made a video 3 years ago about the book of 1 Chronicles chapter 21 verse 1 versus 2 Samuel 24 verse 1, where Yahweh is being referred as to Satan, and how Satan commanded David to go and commit a census to the Israelites. And you know, you guys know the story, but so to answer your question, that's what basically what made me change my stance, because I began to see that the world, all the Judeo-Christian community all over the world, whether you be Jehovah's Witness, Protestant, Presbyterian, Lutheran, I don't care, they all follow the Judeo-Christian God. Well, the Judeo-Christian God is not the true God. These guys are lords, gods, and literally bloodthirsty individuals that they use their own creation as sports to see them fight and commit genocide and wars and divide each other because of the creeds that you guys believe. That's why we gotta just cut the cord and just start over.
Dig it. Yeah, because I'm glad you kind of mentioned that, because that was really that history right there, which was very in depth, and I'm kind of happy because that's where we kind of made our acquaintance. Because I remember you jumping in my messenger some years ago when you was banging on wax with the Canaan and who was this and that, you know what I'm saying? hey, Cosman, he was repping hard. He was in everybody inbox hard.
I was going in.
He was going hard.
Oh man.
He was 10 toes down on what he was believing. But listen, yeah. I don't even want to, touch on that, because that's not even, this type of forum for tonight. But right. I'm gonna come from a novice place, because I'm not knowledgeable exactly on the Enuma Elish. Like, I've heard videos, I've heard people talk about it, I've seen little snippets here and there. I mean, I even got the book right here. I haven't read it yet because I just got it. But when you look at the history, because do you subscribe 100% to the Enuma Elish?
like I said, brother, like I said, you know, like the Atra-Hasis, I think the Atra-Hasis is either the Akkadian or Babylonian. But like I said, if you start from a redo Genesis, that's the original Sumerian creation story. Then from there, the Akkadians copy from it. The Assyrians copy from the Akkadians, and the Babylonians copy from the Assyrians. So the story, it's saying the same thing, but it varies in names and sometimes places, but it's literally saying the same thing. The names change. Like in one aspect, Noah is named Utnapishtim. In other ones, it's called Siusudra. You know, Adamu is called Adamu in one creation story, and in another it's called Adapa. You know, so it's like it changes, but the story, the message is basically the same thing. But my point is that the stories of the Akkadians, the Sumerians, I mean, the story from the Akkadians, the Assyrians, and the Babylonians, they're all different. They're all different in many forms, but they all go back to the root story, which is a redo of Genesis. The redo of Genesis is kind of like the original. That's the foundation of the whole thing. And everybody else amalgamated certain majority of the aspects from the original story, and they just added like different aspects and different names, and that's what they changed, including the Hebrew Levitical priesthood. And the scribes that scribe the text, the Hebrew text, they changed a lot of things there. A lot of things were changed later on with the Hebrew.
I like to also add in Don Yehuda, a real sharp brother. You did what I'm talking about. But once you start reading the Enuma Elish, compared to what he's always read, you're going to easily perceive that this is the exact same story, but with all the details you would think that should come with the story.
Right.
So for instance, with the Enuma Elish, you get a clear understanding of why there seems to be 3 creations of Adam, right, in the beginning. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? It's like they wrote the Enuma, they took the Enuma Elish, and Bible was the shorthand.
Okay.
You're gonna, soon as you get to reading the Enuma Elish, you're gonna get it. You're gonna say, dang.
Yeah, but also like
my whole life. But this the oldest version of it. Man, you're gonna really like the Sumerians, man.
I'm not really in disagreement with that, because when you look in scriptures, right, and I know there's gonna probably be some disagreements in some circles, but it says that the Israelites were the Chaldeans, or descended from the Chaldeans, right? We know that in the scriptures that they just changed their name, but their original heritage or their original nationality was not Israel. That came at a later point. So, you know, people will have to question, okay, what were their nationality? What were their tribes? Who were they before Jacob was called Israel in the scriptures? So, I mean, in some instances, some people would say like the Sumerians and the Chaldeans are the same people. I'm not too knowledgeable on that, but I know they all dwelt within the same area. I know that the Sumerian language was the chief language when it came to spirituality, the mystery schools and things of that nature, while the Akkadian was like the lingua franca for a while until the Aramaic started taking over. So at some point, whether they're the same people or not, we know that a lot of these stories are deriving from a similar source because they're all within the same area. So I guess my next question would be is, did they come from the east and go to the west? Because when I've been doing some research on Mesopotamia, and I noticed that the Sumerians have an isolate language, meaning their language doesn't belong to any language tree that they know of as of yet. So that means there are people that wandered or traveled into those lands from somewhere else. And I asked this question before, I don't know if it was on one of the Awaspi Brothers channel or somebody else, but when you start going into the snake worship throughout the world and following some of the religious or the spiritual worship, does that all lead back to the Western side of civilization? Because I also got this book right here, America is the True Old World. Do you see, I'm not asking this for both of y'all, from the Owaspy and from your studies, brother Ancient Watchman, do y'all see that all of this stems back from this side of the hemisphere or no?
Like I was saying earlier, the story of the scenes, when you guys study the creation mythos of the scenes speak about a prior creation to the book of Genesis, chapter 1, verse 1, when it says the earth was void and without a form, right? So they speak of a previous creation before everything else, right?
Okay.
Now, let me wrap my mind around it one more time. Ask me the question one more time, brother.
Just according to the Owaspy, I was asking, just from the research that I've been studying, they accredit Sumeria as the first civilization post the deluge, right? So with that being said, when you look into the Sumerian history, you know, everything allegedly that we know, writing, math, you know, certain astronomy, things of that nature, all goes back to the Sumerian kingdom. Some people will say Egypt. Others will say that both kingdoms kind of sprang up closely around one another. But when you look at it, the Sumerians had an isolate language. So when you follow the language tree, their language doesn't fit any language tree. Like all the Mesopotamians fall under the Hamedo-Semedo language tree, or the Semitic language tree, right? Do you think that by them probably not being in that area, did they come from the Western hemisphere over to the Eastern hemisphere? And does the Owaspy touch on that?
My bad, man. My bad. Sorry, brother. Cosman. Now I got what you were saying. Like I was saying earlier, like they speak an entire civilization that was once united. Many people go back to the idea of the Pangaea. Well, it could be the Pangaea, but there was a supercontinent, according to the scenes creation mythos, where there was a massive civilization that was thriving throughout the planet. And like I was telling Brother Cosman earlier, that one of the empires, so the civilization that Enki created when he established civilization on the Fertile Crescent in Iraq and Mesopotamia and Ur of the Chaldeans, all that area was created as a golden age all throughout the world. So this is where we begin to find like all the ancient civilizations that coincide with one another, because when the continent was together, all the civilizations were sharing knowledge, wisdom, and understanding throughout all the mystery schools and the priesthood that was established by the lineage of the snake. They call it the snake brotherhood. The snake brotherhood goes back to the ancient mystery school of Enki. Enki represents the entwine, like when you guys read about Moses, chapter 21, when Moses had a pole with a snake made of bronze wrapped around, that was the symbol of Enki, because the snake has many meanings. One of the meanings is that like I showed you guys earlier, I'm gonna show it to you again, that the word Eden in the language of the Sumerians is basically a helix of DNA.
Oh yeah, I seen when you show that, and it had kind of like a container at the top of it.
Yeah, that's another one right there. But like the one from Eden, it's basically like a helix of DNA with like 4 lines symbolizing the basic basis of DNA. So my saying is that, like, there was a civilization that was thriving together prior to the destruction of the world and the flood and all that stuff, because the flood, that was the final destruction. That prior to that, there was like massive earthquakes is what divided the earth, according to the book of creation of the scenes. They talk about a massive earthquake that destroyed and divided the entire planet. And we know that according to the Bible, the planet was quote unquote divided during the times of Peleg, P-E-L-E-G, right, which means divide, right. Earth divided. So many people say that was a timeline when the earth was completely divided, and this is basically where Africa and South America were divided. But at one point, you have civilizations that were thriving with the same knowledge, wisdom, and understanding in every aspect: mathematics, astronomy, medicine, like all of it. You find it in South America, in North America, in China, in Japan, Egypt. Like all these civilizations are scattered, and they're hidden away. Now they're hidden away, but now there's new technology called LiDAR, which is scanning like the Amazonians, where they found an entire metropolis hidden underneath the jungle of the Amazon, bro. So these civilizations were like, they were all the way across the globe, because at one point there was a golden civilization. Many people call it Lemuria, and Atlantis, and the land of Mu, among other lands. So a lot of these lands were divided. They existed, according to the research, during the Dryas, before the Dryas, a younger Dryas took place. That's when those civilizations were destroyed. But prior to that, there was other civilizations that were destroyed. So we're talking about, I don't know, man, millions of years, maybe. I mean, the Earth is much older than what we think about. Like we're just scratching the surface of like the origins of the human race. And the Sumerians kind of gives us a small glimpse of what really went down back in ancient times memorial. But to me, like what you're saying, as far as like the language coming from the West or whatever, I think the language was already in the supercontinent, aka the Golden Age, that Enki created way back in those times. And then the language was confused at a genetic level to switch off different parts of the genome to activate the linguistics of every person, because anybody can learn any language. You can learn Spanish, you can learn English, you can learn any language we can learn. It's just that certain genes were turned off within us when it comes to like many gifts and abilities. Like literally, like I know I'm talking about crazy shit, but it's how a lot of geneticists are coming to the conclusion that junk DNA within the human biology has a purpose than what most people think about. And so to me, like the language confusion that took place in Babel, quote unquote, was us turning off certain genes so that we would become more dumb, and we would not be advanced as much as if we were speaking one language. But I think that the original language to me is the Sumerian cuneiform writing system, because like that's the first writing systems that we find. The oldest one is not Hebrew, and it's not Aramaic. It's actually the cuneiform writing system of the Sumerians. It all goes back, but we know that the Sumerians themselves say that the tablets that they wrote about go back to much ancient stories that predate them. So, like again, like we don't know, bro. Like we just we can speculate a lot of stuff, but it's good to like dig in and just go crazy a little bit, and then come back and kind of like relax, because this is like it's pretty crazy to find out that a lot of the things that we've come to believe all these years has been a lie. And so now a lot of people it's hard for them to like grasp this idea that the gods of the Bible are nothing more than the Sumerian gods. A lot of the Sumerian gods are injected within the Bible, and it is what it is. Like, what are you gonna do about it? As a matter of fact, in the book of Ezekiel, talks about chapter 11 or chapter 8, where the Israelites were worshiping Shamash. Shamash was a Sumerian god. He was a Sumerian god that was worshipped during the Babylonians. So we know that Shamash was a Sumerian god himself. So the Israelites were worshiping various Sumerian gods throughout the existence of Israel, and also that's how the nation of Israel got divided and messed up in the head with different ideologies of different gods, and everybody else throughout the planet as well, all the way until this day. This is why I invite the Black Hebrew Israelite community to begin to question a lot of the doctrines that you guys are reading, because if you guys look at what you guys have been doing for the past 60 years, it's nothing more than spreading hatred against the God's creation. Regardless of what everybody has done, everybody's got to pay. Everybody's got to pay. But it's not for us to like judge and bring hatred against.
I would have to put the disclaimer out there. You don't lump all of them all into one pot, brother.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't lump
All
them
I'm
all
saying,
into one pot.
all I'm saying is that I know I've studied their doctrine for the past 8 years. I know what they teach, and I know what I'm talking about when I know that everybody pushes the idea that they will enslave the entire nations, including Africans themselves. So, you know, it's pretty crazy to me that.
Well, I would say that understanding has been changing for a lot of people lately, because if I remember correctly, you started out in IUIC, right?
No, I started in the Comforter camp.
But weren't you part of the IUIC camp at one time, or no?
Yeah, well, a lot of people do not know the story. A lot of people know just pieces of the story because they heard it online or they heard it on comment boards. But I spoke about the real story earlier. If you want to watch it, you know, rewind it. But basically,
we ain't got to get into it. We ain't got to get it deep into it because, like I said, I don't want to really go into that paradigm because this is a educational forum tonight. We really got to get deep into that part. I was just saying that just because I know, you know, when you come into these different camps and congregations, you know what I'm saying? I understand the pretense of what you're saying as far as what a lot of brothers and sisters may believe. But when you really go back in and listen to a lot of brothers and sisters now that's coming out online and in various forums, the train of thought is changing or has changed considerably since, well, I was in the camp probably back around 2013, 2014. So up to now, it's drastically changed from the time when I came in. You know what I'm saying? In a lot of cases.
What camp were you from?
Instances, huh?
What was your camp?
I was part of IUIC.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was part of IUIC, but then I got kicked out because I challenged Officer Gabar and Officer Yaban from the Las Vegas camp. And about the doctrines, Isaiah 56, we were talking about Isaiah 56 and the Gentiles being grafted in and all that stuff. And I called them out on that, and they lied about it, and they kicked me out. And they put up a hit on me all over IUIC. You were part of it. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I know how it used to go down.
Yeah. So you guys know I'm not lying out there, you know. So a lot of lies have been pushed out, but I left IUIC. And I began Soldiers of Salvation right after that. And then after that, I joined King's Priest from Tampa, Florida. You guys remember that? I joined with Brother Al-Azhar and the other brother, I forgot, Brother Judah. I forgot his name. Shout out to them out there, King's Priest out of Tampa. You know, I was part of their camp with Jose Vega. That's when I brought Jose Vega with me to like fight against the camps and stuff.
Yeah, and I remember that brother that I used to be with. I remember him, seeing him with you.
Yeah. So we were together. You know, I brought Kwana, and then and then we went to war with all the camps, and you know, we called them out, all of them. I went to the.
Hey, he was public enemy #1 for like a good 1 to 2 years, easy, bro.
Yeah, bro. My name was out there. People were trying to kill me and shit. Like, it was pretty wild, man. Like, it got pretty. I had to be on the run. Like, basically, they're pretty wild. I don't want to say locations and whatnot, but you know, a lot of dark stuff went down. But you know, like we helped a lot of people out. A lot of people were so ungrateful to stab me in the back, but it is what it is. It comes with the calling sometimes. When you want to bring change and people don't like change. But it's important to change, man. It's part of the process of the human evolution for us to evolve and learn. And you know, it's part of, like I was saying earlier, like there's levels to these, you know. And I'm not saying that I'm better than you or I'm better than everybody else, but there's like levels. Like everybody has levels, and we have to recognize when we're being lied, and we have to recognize the lies. A lot of people don't want to recognize the lies that the Bible is talking about Sumerian gods, lords, and gods.
Well, let me ask this last question because I don't want to seem like I'm trying to hijack my brother Cosman's show.
Yeah, no, you all good, bro. We just chopping it up. You dig what I'm talking about? The brother said he was cool to answer some questions or whatever. You dig what I'm talking about? But to sum up the question real quick about
oh yeah, I did ask you that question. Yeah. What's it from the WASP standpoint, bro?
Well, of where man came from?
Yeah.
Oh well,
they first migrations, from what original point did they migrate from?
Oh, okay. Well, Waspy is a, okay, first of all, let me explain it this way. Man always tries to put creator in a box. They try to say what he can't do. You dig what I'm talking about? What he didn't do. You dig what I'm talking about? And from that standpoint, you must understand that the creator who created the sun, the moon, the stars, all this shit, and then made it all work perfectly together. You dig what I'm talking about? He don't do nothing on a small scale. So he didn't just make one man in one continent in Africa. He made millions and billions of men and women in pairs all over the world, all at the same time. And depending on where they are, what color the dirt is, and the climate that they came up in, so is their skin color. They all the same exact thing. They all come from the same source. They just did it everywhere, all at the same time. So to me, I understand that there are times that different things happen. So could there have been a time where some people came from the Americas and set up shop in Africa or Asia or Europe? Yeah, easy. Could have been a time before or after that time, or even during, where a whole nother group, let's say from Africa, come to the Americas and deal with the American people. Yeah, you did what I'm talking about. Owaspy explained that was happening 45, 50,000 years ago. That the whole world was already populated. They already had boats. They already had, they was already crossing all the, there wasn't a place where man wasn't. They already had high society and understood the stars. And this is that ancient golden era he's talking about. You dig what I'm talking about? Owaspy puts that right in the 10th arc cycle of 30,000 years after the creation of man. You dig what I'm talking about? So, it comes.
So was Pan? Would you say Pan was the original spot then?
Huh?
Would you say Pan was the original spot where all man was created?
I say, well, I would say what the creators say. Creators say, or the most concise story that I've heard so far, that the very first men with spiritual ability, right, what the Bible calls able, right, were birthed on Pan. From there, through genetic admixture, you did what I'm talking about, the people spread. In able, right? So the people, hence spiritual ability, able. This is the story of Cain and Abel. They went out to these other places, met people who were barbaric. Some of them did kill them. Here's your Cain and Abel story. You dig what I'm talking about? When you're able to put a thing on a timeline and then show it in history, it kind of change it up. So I say early there was no need for man to really cross to go see his brother. There was no need. He had his own language. He was doing his own thing in his own kingdom. He had his own science about the stars. He didn't need nobody for nothing. And then there comes a time where it's better for man to live in cities. You dig what I'm talking about? And so they pull in people around them, and then that go on for a time. And then it's better to live in metropolises, and then shit start escalating. And man does this over 3,000 year periods of rise and fall, rise and fall. So easily with me, you dig what I'm talking about. A mariner group from America could have came in and been the Egyptians. I'm just saying, it's possible. I'm not saying it's probable. I'm just saying all things are possible because we serve the great creator, because we can't think of nothing that ain't been done.
Right, right.
You see what I'm saying? So I don't think that that's an impossibility or even hard to fathom that somebody could come from the Americas, go to Africa and blow it up, or somebody could come from Africa and come to America and blow it up. I don't see how that's hard. You know what I mean? And then for outside people, we get our story from an outside interloper. Because whether they was Africans meeting Americans or Americans meeting Africans, we sure did look alike. It didn't matter what we was talking about. When you said it in African, you said Eloah. You did what I'm talking about. I said it, and when I said it over here, I said Jehovah. So it didn't matter if our languages didn't match. When we got to praising, we was doing the same thing. So now we get in a person from the outside telling the story. Now I ain't even an Indian no more. As we all the same thing. And now we gotta come from Africa. You see what I'm saying? You see the trick? Nobody needed Africa to be brown. Everybody everywhere was brown at one point. And the crazy part is, this is what people not gonna get. The earliest people that go on to make the pre-ancestors of the common Homo sapiens sapien, or the modern human today, called the Gan, right? That is called the Gan. Those people were primarily albine. White hair, white skin, yellow skin, like an albino, but a nigga. And the proof of this is, I ain't gonna argue with nobody. And you did what I'm talking about. But the proof of this is, every race or so-called race in the world produces an albino. How could that possibly be if the trait is recessive? That would mean that the earliest people of all peoples had to be albine for it to be in all people. Because all people, whether you're European, whether you're Arab, whether you're American Indian, whether you African, whether you Indian, whether you East Asian, you all produce a pale, white-haired, white-skinned nigga. Every one of you. There is no way that it could be in every race, right? Every race produces an albino, unless the earliest stock that produces all race was albine. It's an impossibility. Every race produces this. How? That's because our earliest ancestors, irregardless of phenotype, you dig what I'm talking about, regardless of what we look like, was pale. The niggas too. Didn't they tell you Noah had white hair like wool?
Yeah, but I don't think it's talking about wool though. I think it's talking about the color. That's where people get confused, because even in the Hebrew, the word albino is not there. Yeah, the word albino is not in the Hebrew in the text.
But it said
that's all I'm saying. You know,
I'm talking about the hair being white.
Yeah, exactly.
The color of the hair.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? It don't gotta be the texture, because Negroes produce every hair texture. We don't need nobody to do that neither. We produce every color and every hair texture. You did
Yeah, but like to me, like conversations like this is what I'm trying to say, that I'm trying to avoid, like to me, like conversations as far as like supremacy of better genetics and all this other stuff. The entire human race was genetically engineered by some lower deities. But to me, like to spend our time, like no, I'm not going against what you're saying. You know, I'm just saying like this is why like I don't argue with people online, like
Yeah,
about,
no.
oh,
We're
we're,
not
you know what I'm
arguing.
saying?
We're not
No,
arguing.
no,
I'm
I'm not.
just sharing my
Right,
point of
right,
view on it. You did what I'm talking about.
no,
We're not arguing. And
right,
so,
right, no,
go ahead, bro.
no, I'm not arguing either. I'm just saying like, to me, like, uh, my point in saying that is this, right? That to me, we're just flesh. This flesh is gonna decay and die, but like the most important aspects of the being is the spirit, the soul, the consciousness that is within, that is beyond DNA, is beyond flesh and bones, is beyond hair and textures of hair, and who came first and what came first. Like this is what I'm trying to say, that the
I mean, if you relegating it to that, you did what I'm talking about. We just talk. We was talking about the creation of man. You did what I'm talking
right,
about.
right,
We not talking about racial hierarchies or anybody is better than anybody, because I clearly stated we the same thing and we was
right,
made everywhere.
right,
You
right,
dig what I'm talking about? That we're all sons of the Most High. There ain't no
right,
escaping that. You dig what I'm talking about? So we not gonna backpedal or even look in that negative mind state of even that, like we was even talking in that way, like supremacist or anybody was better, or no, we wasn't doing that. But I understand why we don't. Just same reason I don't get into them conversations with people about who better, who first. But what it is, what it is. I didn't say this. Jaja said it. You dig what I'm talking about, to lay down the story, and the brother was asking me, how do I see it in my view? You dig what I'm talking about? So I wasn't slighting nobody. I was just explaining to them, because many people gonna say, "Oh, well, how these niggas got white skin?" You dig what I'm talking about? So
for real.
they be simple. They be simple. So I got to explain it how I got to explain it. So I ain't want you to think that we was trying to get on some race shit. No, we was just
No. Oh no! I just wanted to clarify out there, because I don't want people to like say that, oh, ahyash is pushing like racist shit or whatever. We're not saying that. I'm just,
no.
yeah.
Listen, if you was pushing some
You
racist shit,
you
you wouldn't even be here.
fire talk the radio knows what I'm talking about, because my name was slandered for years.
We know, bro. We know, bro. You did what I'm talking about. We know what it is, man. You know what I mean? I personally seen it. That's how I even came across you. You did what I'm talking about.
Right.
They was on your head. So, but
For real, man.
Hey, even Don Yehuda had to give it up to you, boy. You was scrapping. You did what I'm talking about. The boy was out there getting it. So, like I was saying, we come from this little stock of people that go on to, that came to a genetic bottleneck and then go on to repopulate the planet. So I believe the people who came to America, right, the land of the crossing, or ancient Guatemala, right, they became their own people. I believe there were some people that went to an ancient land, right, that used to be called Vohu, which is now, which took the name Ham, right? And them people became a myriad of people. And then there is a people who from Persia or from Iran all the way down to the bottom of India and the Southeast Islands. That's all Shem, right? And then the land of China and Russia all the way to Europe, the continental Europe or Eurasia, is Yafet. So in my story, not a 3-part story of Shem, Ham, Yafet, but a 5-part story of Shem, Ham, Yafet, Gautama, and Yista. You dig what I'm talking about? Who come out to the 4 great land masses, plus a remnant of the island of Pan, which is called Japan today. You see what I'm saying? So these
or
people
Pangea prior.
Pan, but in the ancient Paleoponic tongue is called a Waga. You see what I'm saying? So the continent of Pan, which is now the floor of the Pacific, and a piece chopped off of the northeast corner is now, and is a remnant of that place, is called Pan. Japan. You dig what I'm talking about? Or remnant of Pan. And so since roughly 78,000 or 79,000 years BC, just to round it off, you dig what I'm talking about? Just to round it off, roughly about 78,000 years ago, the very first upright talking, speaking people hit the planet, and the very first of them was in the continent of Pan. And this is how the people go out, and the earliest writing, which is the pictographic cave script, is everywhere exactly the same, with the exact same symbols. That's because these people came from the same place and spread it out to the four corners of the world. You dig what I'm talking about? And it's through these individual people getting together and repopulating the area they at, and then later on mixing with other people that go on to produce what we call races today. But when in fact, this is the beauty of Owaspy. I didn't have to explain none of that, because I explained in the beginning we was all the same goddamn thing. So the Egyptians wasn't higher than the Mayans. No, the ancient Naga wasn't higher than the She. Or no, the ancient yellow kingdom wasn't no better than those of Africa. You dig what I'm talking about? Everybody had their time, and then once you understand that for real, that second wave of high society or high civilization it goes east to west. Now, America is a little different because it had its own little thing going on, but it didn't generally have major rulers like emperors that ruled just with fear. That wasn't the thing over here. But east it was. You see what I'm saying? And it's through these admixtures and people being by each other that different races, the people come across admixtures. You dig what I'm saying? And so I don't really beef on the color. Why I say certain colors is so we can tie certain things to certain people. Because whether anybody want to believe it, the oldest people is well known that they are the little people. Everywhere in the world, they're the little people. So, and I'm talking the 4 foots and unders today, but anciently they were smaller than that. So it come to my mind that my creator ain't no punk. He can make anything anywhere he want to, if he want to, how he want to. And guess what? Just because his whole point is to create, he did it. And then made the possibility for the possibility of all this possibility to fucking come and happen. So now is it possible for me to believe in goddamn mermaids? Why the fuck not? No, man didn't make this shit up from nowhere, bro. We ain't that sharp. None of us. Niggas who made pyramids couldn't have thought up goddamn mermaids if they had never seen one.
Hey, hold on right there, right? Because that goes right into some ancient Dagon belief systems as far as the earliest inhabitants came and inhabited the waters. Ancient Watchman, what's your perspective on that as far as the ancient people that came to this planet and taught the Dogons, the Palladian systems and all that were what you would probably know as distant relative to the dolphins and possibly mermen and mermaids and things of that nature.
Yeah, I kind of touched a little bit on that earlier when I spoke about the Apkallu. The Apkallu, A-P K-A-L-L-U, Apkallu. The Apkallu were 7 sages that were basically like amphibian, half men. Basically like they were mermaids or whatever. And that's basically we have the idea of Dagon. Dagon from the Assyrians were worshiping like a fish god, and that's where they get the idea of the hat, like the priests have with the Catholic priests that have a fish hat.
Yeah, like the Pope. The
like,
Pope
yeah,
wear that thing.
like the Pope is trying to like emulate the ancient sages that taught men civilization, wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. They were able to found various civilizations all throughout the planet. This is where you guys find the megalithic structures that were constructed with frequency sound technology and all that stuff. That's like mystery school knowledge from Egypt and Mary as well, and many other civilizations, Puma Punku as well, South America. So the Dagon, I don't know, man. Like I said, there's a lot of things that we find in many other civilizations that speak about the star gods or the beings from different constellations. Like this past summer, I had the privilege to sit down with like a real shaman, and these brother, they speak about in their cosmogony. They say that they come from the stars, that their abode is like one of the constellations where that's their home. And that's the cosmogony that was passed down to the civilizations on the Amazon, where they speak about their descendants from the gods of the stars. So I mean, many people have many stories like that, and everybody has their own understanding, but everybody's writing their own understanding, because every civilization experienced different gods, different goddesses from different timelines. For example, the Navajo tribes, they speak about the insectoid people, or they call them the star brothers, or the star people. They call them the star people that came and taught them a lot of knowledge and medicine, wisdom, and that wisdom was kept among shamans, and it was passed down orally as tradition to the tribe. And that's basically what happened when the colonizers came. They destroyed all that memorial was destroyed, all that knowledge, all those books were destroyed. And they give us what we got. So a lot of these brothers, like the Dogon tribe, like the Hopi tribe, like a lot of tribes from the Amazon, they speak about civilizations that predated this whole colonization. And so it's like someone's lying, because a lot of these people speak about things that make more sense than what we read in the Bible. And that's, when I speak about these things, a lot of people lose their minds. Like, oh, the brother's against the Bible. No, I'm just against the lies, because a lot of the stories of creation, a lot of people speak about it. Many tribes speak about it. So, and then these people didn't even have the Bible. Like the Dogon tribe, they didn't have the Bible, but yet they were able to find out what the Osiris star, the Osiris star was, before even the telescope was even invented. They knew about the star. The Mayans knew about black holes way before astronomers of the 21st century even discovered black holes. The Mayans were able to they recorded the entire human history, beginning from the flood all the way onto the age that we're on right now. They spoke about this age that we're on right now. So there is a lot of stuff that, it's just the knowledge that we have is not even there. Like all the things that we have, even with computer, it's not even close to what we had way back. Like, like especially like when you have Alexandria, the library of Alexandria, when it got burned up, a lot of books were missing, a lot of books were burned up. The human race and the history of the human race got backtracked for at least 1,000 years, because a lot of history was lost. A lot of good stuff got lost. So who knows, man? I think the Dogons, they're on point. It's undeniable that they were able to pinpoint the Sirius star, one of the constellations of Orion. without a telescope. So it's like, maybe they're telling the truth. You know.
Well, in Owaspy, it tells us all the way back in 10,000 BC that this knowledge of what, you know, people in Africa or the Egyptian would call the Ankh, what the ancient Hindu would call the Ankh with the O. You dig what I'm talking about? Or in the Americas, they would call this knowledge the Khan. And because it is the knowledge of the stars and the movement of the planet through the galaxy and the earth behind its sun, which moves like a serpent, they call it the Great Serpent or the Grand Khan or the Great Ankh. It's a sky chart, and people wear this little Egyptian thing around their neck. They don't even know what that means. You dig what I'm talking about? What they don't understand is that is a pointer. It lays down on a chart. So you can cosmologically tell what's going to happen, where you are, what time it is. You dig what I'm talking about? What's going to happen astrologically? What's going to happen in your climate? You dig what I'm talking about? That knowledge is called Khan or Ankh. So when you get to the Americas and you see the serpent iconography, you dig what I'm talking about? The plume serpent, the serpent eating its tail. That is the vortex. That is the understanding of the great serpent, the Tao Sang, aka the Khan. You dig what I'm talking about? That this is why they hold the Ankh in their hand. This is why they're feeding it to the mouth of different pharaohs, because it's a whole knowledge and understanding. And it is one half of prophecy. Without cosmogony, there is no prophecy. Without prophecy, there is no cosmogony. They hand in hand. They work simultaneously. There is no one without the other. And they work on absolute rules. You dig what I'm talking about? So, you know what I mean? So the Dogon getting it, the Dogon would be the babies getting it. And this is why their story is, it come to us, is shaky. They don't even know because they just got told it. Because it's so old, it's just being repeated. You see what I'm saying? These is from ancient oral traditions. The Dogon didn't write none of this down. You dig what I'm talking about? And when they finally told the story, they just told it. They didn't give nobody no books. But this understanding that been around since the time of the true Osir. You dig what I'm talking about? 21st arc cycle. 63,000 years after the creation of man. You dig what I'm talking about? In the time, and guess what happened 600 years before the end of this arc cycle? The Younger Dryas. Right when it say, Owaspy say, a comet got drawn in and gonna create this cold, dark climate. What do we find in history? A glacial maximum. You dig what I'm talking about? So I don't be guessing. I tell you what it is, and then that's just that. As for the question to finish what I was saying earlier about where this stuff come from, Don Yehuda, we all had the same stuff, right? But we did it in our own way. The pyramids, and there are pyramids in China, don't look like the pyramids in Africa. Don't look like the pyramids in Europe. Don't look like the pyramids in America. They different. They had their own little thing. But no better. And then The Chinese man, anciently, let's say 3,000 years, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 years ago, we never account for the climate. So he may have been, let's say the Gobi Desert is getting made during these times. You dig what I'm talking about? He may be inspired to conserve water. The man in America flush with water. You dig what I'm talking about? But may have extra animals. So he may be inspired to hunt. You see what I'm saying? There ain't no difference in the level of the knowledge. Just one people did one thing and another did another. But I guarantee you can find it's equal in every part of the world. So, you know what I mean? Well, people say, well, you know, they had the sword first here, where we got an equivalent over here. You know what I mean? You got the bow and we got the bow and arrow at this time. Well, we got the atalato before that. You see what I'm saying? So it's all, it can't be tit for tat. It can't be. That's just unfair. And then that means it ain't a creator. It ain't harmonious. So everybody got to get their own thing. You dig what I'm talking about? So this is what I believe. I don't believe nobody had to take no knowledge nowhere. Because my creator ain't insufficient. He ain't impotent. He didn't miss nothing. You dig what I'm talking about? And to lock it in for my people, I kind of just wanted to show. You dig what I'm talking about? Owaspy, this knowledge is coming out of Owaspy, is bigging you up in your lineage. You dig what I'm talking about? You never even knew who the Shepherd Kings was. In fact, they just hinted that they might be the Hyksos. But who are they for real? Look. And this is in the East. This is in Persia. This is where your Israelitish stock come from. And then guess what? You got a kit and kin goddamn brother in America. Y'all the same thing. The same thing. What do you, for instance, what do you call a praiser of the Great Spirit in Africa and Persia? You call him an Israelite. What do you call him in India? The Vishvredi. What do you call him in China? The Hotien. What do you call him in America? Algonquin. But the one single link is they all praising the Creator, doing the same thing. Creator said, I'm going to bring your wise speaking people over here to America who do not war. Who are wise speaking people, loving. I'm gonna bring them over here. It say kit and kin. That means y'all genetic family. It ain't no mistake. Niggas been only saying two things for 10 years. We Israel and we Indians. Listen, if y'all don't see the dichotomy change, man. If you don't see the tricks that this brother, ancient watchman then brought out, he then plainly shown you that the Anunnaki gods has got their hands in some mess. You need to read what this brother is reading before you try to down it. And that's where we're going to get to it. Now, I asked the question earlier, how we get started. I think the Beatles had this right. I think the Beatles had it right the whole damn time. They said, all you need is love. I would add one thing to that. And actually, they are the same thing. I say all you need is the Creator. You dig what I'm talking about? The rest gonna handle itself. Because it must. You dig what I'm talking about? So, with that being said, You dig what I'm talking about? We've been on here about 4 hours and some change. You dig what I'm talking about? We done got it in. I done kept my boy online all night. He done came through, dropped his heat, broke down the Anunnaki gods, showed the straight correlation with the biblical text. There ain't any, and listen to listen, if you don't listen to nothing, I'm telling you, that's the same story. Get in a Waspi, you'll find out who Enlil is for real. You'll find out who Anki is for real. You'll find out who Anu is for real. You'll find out what time they read it. Where did the story come from? Who read it? And then who came back thousands of years later in the next arc cycle and recopied the lie and gave it to you in the book called the Bible? That's the difference between Owaspi and everything else. We ain't got a belief system. This is the system of knowing, man, and we objective over here. You dig what I'm talking about? We all clear. Ain't no mistakes, man. Hey, we gonna go ahead and close out. I'm gonna let Don Yehuda close first, and then you go ahead and close out for us, Ancient Watchman, man.
Hey, I'd like to say shalom and blessings to everybody on the panel and the chat. Hey, it was a pleasure jumping on board. I thank you for allowing me to come on and ask my questions, chop it up with you brothers for the night. And man, hey, definitely I would love to touch base again if y'all make this happen again on this particular topic, because I got some more questions and some more information that I would like to see correlated or expounded upon. So definitely, till we meet again, I appreciate it, brothers, and I'll see y'all in the crossroads somewhere soon.
Shalom, King.
Shalom.
Peace out, brother. I mean, thanks for coming on the show. Cosmo and Colm and everybody, once again, thank you for having me on. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak my mind without judgment. And I know that a lot of things that I might have brought out may not, resonate with people. That's okay. Like I said, take time to really learn how to die at the old self and renew yourselves like the snakes, right? This is one of the understandings when Christ said, be ye wise as serpents, right? The serpent goes back into gaining wisdom through experience, and life is about gaining experience as we live and learn and unlearn a lot of stuff. And part of unlearning the things is the doctrines that we grew up with. You know what I'm saying? Like, question the things that you believe in. Don't believe blindly. That's the problem with humanity, is that humanity follows blindly. You're not supposed to follow blindly. You gotta question stuff. This is one of the aspects of test the spirits. The Bible says, Book of John chapter 4, first book of John chapter 1, tells you that test spirits, because not every spirit that comes to you, it's a good guy, man. So be aware. Self-awareness is very important. To become self-aware is to recognize your own divinity and go out there and experience life. Life is short, man. Life is short. Love thyself. Love your neighbor like you love yourself. That's how you love God, because God is everywhere. God is neighbor. It's in the tree right next to you. It's in the ant that you guys see on the ground. It's in the birds that you see flying in the sky. It's in the water. It's within your system. It's in your thoughts. You are a walking representation of the Creator, right? So that's my message. Thanks for watching. Check me out on Ancient Watchman. Right now, I'm blocked on YouTube, so I can't go live. But once I go back online, I'm gonna do. But stay tuned. Brother Cosmo, thanks for having me on, brother.
Hey,
thanks for,
if you got some, if you got a live or something, man, you know what I mean, a topic that you want to go in on, you dig what I'm talking about, and they got you blocked, you can always come to your brother's shop and drop your work, brother. You dig what I'm talking about?
All right, appreciate it, man. Thanks for having me once again. You have a great night. Hey, I'll see you around on.
Just before you go, you was dropping fire, bro.
Shout out, man. The water.
You dropping fire, bro. You dig what I'm talking about? I ain't gonna lie. You was making all the correlations, tying up, just giving the narrative. Once they start to see how how much bigger the story is.
It's much bigger.
How much has been left out of the story you that we've been taught historically? You'll be like, dang, what, we ain't learned this. You know what I mean? So
Right.
Yeah, man, you came through, dropped that heat tonight, man. You dig what I'm talking about? We're gonna definitely have to do this again, man.
Yeah. I missed a lot of stuff though. I missed that. Yeah.
You because you was kind of like in the matrix a little bit. So hit them with where, let the people know where you can get in contact with.
Yeah, my social media, you can find me on Twitter at Ancient Watchman. I got banned from TikTok, so I'm not on TikTok anymore. They banned me because I support Andrew Tate. Free Andrew Tate. He is innocent. To the Romanian government, he's innocent. The Romanian government stopped lying and falsely accusing 2 innocent brothers. But yeah, they blocked me on TikTok, so I'm not that on TikTok anymore. But find me on Instagram as Ancient Watchman as well, and YouTube as well, Ancient Watchman. And obviously I'm on Facebook. You guys know on Facebook, ahyash, ithiyaq, which means ancient man. I feel like I'm an old soul, man. I don't belong in this timeline, but I'm here to do the work. So we're out here, bro. We're out here. You know, shalom, everybody. You guys have a great night. Have a great weekend. Cosman, we'll see you around, man. Out.
Peace, brother. Thank you, man.
All right, shout out the water.
That was Ancient Watchman. Came through with that heat tonight. You dig what I'm talking about? It was a nice little bill. Damn near 5 hours on this thing. You dig what I'm talking about? Shout out to everybody for coming through in the chat. You dig what I'm talking about? Sign up for the 32-man debate tournament. I might just do that. Well, it just depends on where it's at. You dig what I'm talking about? These topics can be talked about all night, for real, for real. Yeah. You dig what I'm talking about? Don't worry about it. Cosmon always chopping it up the real. I'm never talking about what anybody else is talking about. You dig what I'm talking about? I vibe on a different spiritual level. As you see, I'm gonna let you get your stuff off. I ain't gotta bash you and beat you up because I got a different understanding. And the crazy part is there ain't no religion I ain't versed in. So I can make the correlation because I even know the higher law. You dig what I'm talking about? So I ain't got to bash no brother. I ain't never going to bash nobody. You dig what I'm talking about? Especially when I understand Creator sometimes allowed the lie to be told to bring you on to just get one simple idea. Okay, be monotheistic. I'm going to let you go and be Catholic and kill everything. But you're starting to get the idea. Maybe in a couple hundred years, you'll. So, even quote unquote negative or evil situations are used for the Creator's good. You dig what I'm talking about? So, you know what I mean? If they really want to, I don't think this is what they want. Because my thing is, I don't give a damn what they talking about. Bring your God. It's your God that got our people fucked up. You dig what I'm talking about? I don't give a damn what a nigga believe. And I wouldn't debate about what? What could you niggas really talk to me about? I mean, I'm over here talking about vortexian energy, how to create suns, that there ain't no light that come from the sun. There ain't no thing as gravity. What is we gonna talk about? Y'all niggas still praying to Jeebus. Nigga, that's a Pollyannis. What is you talking about? And whether you believe it or not, I got the nigga coming back as a ghost. Oh, you don't believe in spirits no more, huh? Okay. So what the fuck is we talking about? Y'all niggas think the galaxy came around in a boom. You dig what I'm talking about? What kind of conversation would I should judge the debate? Well, what we gonna do, Cosmo? Jehovah's Kingdom on earth. Why would I even book of judgment? Huh? Book of knowledge. What Biggie say? What Biggie say? I got a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track and not your wig pushed back. Yeah. Waspy say it's the Junior Woodchuck guidebook to spirituality, nigga. What are you gonna talk about? You still praise a God. What are we gonna talk about? I got a whole book. It don't do nothing but tell you that God ain't to be praised. I got God, true God, coming out his mouth saying, nigga, I never asked for y'all to praise me. I don't know who that is. That ain't me. I don't have servants. I do all the work. So who y'all praising? Why in your ancient language do your God equate to idol and deity? What the fuck are you talking about? How did we even see your God? A nigga went to heaven and seen your God sitting there with a frog, with another nigga on side of him, kicking it, sitting in a chair. So that means if he had a chair, that means he had a booty. If he had a ass, he had legs. If he had legs, he had thighs and feet. If he had all that, he had the rest of the body too. So now you praising something with substance and form and figure. That means he an idol. What the O say? O clearly say, what's an idol? Anything with form and figure that's praised. That's, you know what I mean? That's it. What's a God? A spirit with a heavenly kingdom. Believed by people in darkness. Believed by duped ass religious niggas. Because and the proof is you call God the creator. You think the creator is God. That proves your indoctrination right there. So don't be acting like, oh, nigga. No, nigga, if you in a religion, period, you already gone. They got you. Once a good girl gone bad, she gone forever. Better come on back over here to Jaja side, silly ass niggas. Better raise your motherfucking babies up, be in a communal fucking society, putting all y'all money in a pot, making all y'all shit, and everybody have it. That's what you motherfucking better do. What the fuck you gonna debate to me about? Y'all niggas been over here 30 years and ain't did shit. So now they're not doing nothing no different than he did 30 years ago. As a matter of fact, Phil Valentine and them was telling this nigga 30 years ago, he just now when the Creator Gang came up there, start banging with the Bible proper. Listen, man, I'm on something different. Bring your God over here. I don't give a fuck how you believe. I don't give a damn. You dig what I'm talking about? What is that gonna help how is that gonna help our babies with generational wealth? What you believe about some shit? What is gonna help what I believe? Do you love the Creator enough to do all your work for them babies? Oh, you ain't got that in you, do you? All right, then. Well, then that's what it is. It's some niggas who gonna go this way and get the fuck out of the city. And we don't need you. And we never wanted you. It's easy. It's easier to raise up babies and groom them right in the way than try to take 100 stinking ass, grown ass niggas, old trees, can't bend. You dig what I'm talking about? I'd rather raise 10 babies than try to raise 40 stinking niggas. We can move and maneuver them little trees, make them things grow into big mighty oaks and cedars and redwoods. This an old crookedy old weepy willow over here, and this nigga ain't bending. What the fuck could we possibly goddamn debate about? Bring your goddamn God in that book. I don't want shit else. Your God is the problem. I want to punch your God in his face since he got one. Problem. This ain't what you want. Watch what you calling for. Watch what the fuck you calling for. Because I'll embarrass you. I will take your God and do him so dirty. None of you niggas know shit. None of you. Every one of you trapped in the white man's paradigm. You cry about it, but you trapped in it. I bet you can't get out away from using the white man calendar. He controlled your whole existence. Shut the fuck up trying to tell me anything. Tell me what date it is, nigga, since the creation. Huh? Tell me what day. What year. And don't use the Gregorian calendar. Or at least use a different way of showing me and then tie it to the Gregorian so you can explain it to everybody. Since I know y'all all trapped, I have no choice but to convert it back into the Gregorian white boy Roman mind state that y'all niggas trapped in. Fuck you! The fuck we could argue about? What could we argue about? What could we debate about? No debate. I'll smoke y'all. I won't even use my book. If I get to Owaspy, it's over with. Because I'm moving, I'm fat. I'm too bad with that thing. Give me the premise, give me your book. I want your God. I don't even care what you... I'm going to talk to your God the whole debate. A fucking monster, bro. And I got decorum. And I'm objective. So I'm not going to say nothing that I can't show. Boy, y'all niggas crackers in your mind. Huh? Africa that. Yeah, you trapped in a white man paradigm. How I feel. You niggas prayed for this shit. Over 2,000 years since Yeshua death. You niggas said you wanted Jaja kingdom here on earth. You prayed for it in the Lord's Prayer 1,000,000 times a day for 2,000 years. And now you got the remedy in your hand. You got a Owaspy in your hand. It free you from the bullshit. And show you how to fulfill the old law. What? You can have it. It just show you how to fulfill it. But it's some new shit going on now. We ain't bound with that old shit. We ain't bound to Owaspy neither. Most times, I don't even ever get to Owaspy when I'm debating anybody. I be so on your text. So yeah. Let them call me. Call Cosmon. See what happened to you. I want all the smoke. Whether y'all believe I'm an Indian or not, I am. And I want all the smoke. Big Chief smoke a lot, nigga. Big Chief wampum sack, nigga. You dig what I'm talking about? Big Chief Cosmon Kush out this mug. You dig what I'm talking about? I'll blow you boys down. You dig what I'm talking about? I'll expose your God. I'll make your God get on demon time. So, watch it. Run it back. What we gonna talk about? Have y'all niggas picked up a watch and even read it? What could we talk about? Y'all think light come from the sun. You think the moon has something to do with tides of water on the fucking earth. You're a fucking idiot. What could we possibly talk about? And see, the thing is, y'all saying, oh, Cosmo said this. Yeah. I can prove everything I'm saying. There's a macro, there's a micro to all this macro. Prove everything. Show it objectively. Show it in real life. This is what I'm saying. That's what y'all asking for. Because I want the smoke. And they know what it is. Creative gang is in the house, man. They know what it is when them watch people. Y'all know what it is. Stay far away from the mind. Bad man them. Huh? Bad man them. Detroit bad boy in the house. Run the rhythm. To the creator gang is in the house, man. You dig what I'm talking about? We're gonna definitely get off into it. You dig what I'm saying? You know, when they come to you whining, man, make sure they come with a solution too. They gonna come crying. Make sure they come with a solution too. Or basically, they wasting your time. Make it beneficial, man. Make it all worth it. You dig what I'm talking about? Don't waste no time, man. Clean your life up, live to the best that you can, and try to do some good for whoever you can when you can. That's it, man. If everybody did that, ain't no low, ain't no high. Everybody had. Wouldn't be no war. Couldn't be. Everybody worked for themselves. Everybody is in plenty. Shout out to the creative gang, man. 2048. Things gonna be great, man. It's your boy Cosmonian. You know, as always. Right? I want y'all to breathe in. Y'all to let the light in. Because I'm Cosmon. And I'm out. And oh yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, just that Japheth, that chow mein, that papabul, that tau mein, since sunset in the arc of Wayne, my brain moving like Tao Sane, so ass above, it's so below, that up and that down thing, this flow is atmospherian, I call that a ground game, see water is knowledge, so if I'm teaching, you're learning, so how your God make a sun without vortexian current, see the pattern is ponic, I'm reaching out for my people, oh watch me flow through your speakers, you feel the force of the ether, and when the force gets the equal, I'm taking off like an eagle. Police popped the pastor yesterday for pushing political.
flow. My DNA is Moshe. Mix that thing with higher water. My spirit rate is OTN. It's just a higher order. Got more light than Kavita. Rap a lot just like Tila. Went from sinner to saint. Shout out my big homie Sela. Got more torque than a sports car. Got more work than a door star. And the 4 million I make, I'm giving the Dr. Umar. Oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air. Oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air. Oh yeah. Super 7 in my rites and ceremonies. I'm married to Jehovah, holy matrimony. Confucius say, in the words of Caillou, before you hit the tomb, be a bridegroom. Only got one question for Miss Susan B. On how to last Ahuin is now a Angui. Blame my inspiration, I'm just thinking thoughts. But in the way of God's, we gon' keep it short. Why Jesus wanna kill me, Matthew 10:34. Just a couple questions that I'm needing to know. Oh, watch me flow, it's so potent. Set the vortex in motion. Super 7, I'm floating across the Aegean Ocean. Oh, you a Muslim now, so I guess you making salat. Well, I'm a Israelite, I'ma make you met the Shabbat. Got Moses on the bumper, super slap off in my spaceship photosphere. So I stay lit, peace and light to the faith is so yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air. Oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air. Oh yeah.